Tonight, the Cubs welcome back Alfonso Soriano to the starting lineup. It'll be his first start in a week, and he's back in left field, which is where he played in Washington last year. The wind was blowing out up until about 4:15, now howling straight in. It's a cool night for baseball tonight, and the Cubs welcome in the first place Milwaukee Brewers. It's the first of three right here on WCIU from Wrigley Field. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. Soriano leading off in left. Felix P.A. is still on the roster, not in the lineup. The Cubs made a move today. Rocky Cherry's in their bullpen. And Wade Miller put on the DL with back spasms. Milwaukee leading this division. The Cubs are 4 games out, but it's still very early. You got to win games in your division, however. You have to win games in your division, and especially you have to win games against a team like the Brewers. Quite the upstart, a lot of young players. They feel real good about themselves, very confident in the way they played early in the season, and they've done it basically with their offense. Carlos Zambrano's only win came at Miller Park a little bit earlier this month. We'll talk about his comments a little later, but he needs a good start tonight. Yeah, he really needs a good start. I mean, you think about Rich Hill. He's worked deep into ball games. Ted Lilly, Jason Marquis have been able to work deep into ball games. Surprisingly, Carlos is the guy that's put a little extra strain on the bullpen. They really need him to step it up tonight. And for the Brewers, it'll be right-hander Claudio Vargas on the hill. Vargas, quite the strikeout pitcher in the early going. 22 punch-outs in his first 3 starts this season. He's going to be a tough customer tonight. All right, the Cubs have played well at night. They hope that continues here this evening. It's the Cubs hosting the Milwaukee Brewers. We'll have all the action coming up next.
Chicago.
Big Z taking the baseball and facing a Milwaukee club that he defeated in Milwaukee earlier this year. But unfortunately, when you put it in print, and he told this to the writers, in Cincinnati they're better hitters than in Milwaukee. I don't say that the Brewers are nothing, but the offense of the Reds is better. When you say something like that, the team you quote dissed doesn't forget it, and Jeff Jenkins replied this way. Hopefully he didn't mean it exactly how he said it, because it didn't sound very good. He's a good pitcher, but you need to watch what you say about other teams, because you definitely don't earn respect by doing that. So how it affects tonight's game, I don't know if it has any effect on the game tonight, but there's, I guess, a sense of decorum that Jeff Jenkins was referring to.
Yeah, I think it's that more than anything else, Len. You just don't want to disrespect another team and say anything negative about them, especially a team in your division that you know you're going to face several times over the course of the summer. And the fact is, Carlos had his struggles against both of these ball clubs.
This is a pretty good offense. The Brewers come in 4th in the National League in runs. Weeks, Hardy, Fielder, Hall, Estrada, the aforementioned Jenkins, Gross, Counsell, and Vargas rounded out.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively. Brought to you by Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. Soriano back in left field. Hopefully a more comfortable position for him. He'll get that bat going a little bit. Jones in center. Floyd in right. Ramirez is Torres, DeRosa, and Lee across the infield. Henry Blanco will be doing the catching tonight for the right-hander, Big Carlos Zambrano.
5th start of the year. He comes in with an unsightly 7.77 earned run average. And he starts Ricky Weeks with a strike on a fastball. And we're underway. Swing and a miss. Throwing hard right off the bat. We had 98. The other gun here at 94. So mid to upper 90s. 47 degrees at game time. The wind out of the northeast at 11. Struck him out. Well, that fastball with a lot of life and a lot of velocity early on.
You know, talking about the Zambrano comments about the Brewers offense compared to the Reds offense, as you get a look at strike 3 on an elevated fastball from our Southwest.com RoboCam. Weeks going down on strikes to start the ball game. You think about going back a number of years, but guys like Joe Namath, who predicted a Super Bowl win, then went out and did it. There used to be a time when you said things like that, and as long as you went out and backed them up, nobody really cared too much.
Well, Carlos, in spring training said, I'm going to win the Cy Young. I don't have any problem with that being a goal. He talked about the Cubs winning the World Series.
Well, you'd certainly rather hear that than have your ace pitcher say, I hope to go out and be 500 this year.
Right. Two and one on J.J. Hardy. Had a stretch recently of 4 home runs in 3 games. He's 8 for his last 17. Fly ball to center. Jock Jones getting the start out there, and he makes a catch. So 2 down, and it brings up Prince Fielder, who is scuffling. Just 3 for his last 22. And first pitch is a strike. Cubs have not won a series since they took 2 of 3 in Milwaukee. Second series of the year. Backhanded play by Lee. Zambrano covering first, and that ends the first inning for Milwaukee. But the Cubs are coming up against right-hander Claudio Vargas. Claudio Vargas brought to you by Pepsi. Your world, your Pepsi. Good to see Soriano back in there. Cliff Floyd with his first start in right since 2002. Lee Ramirez, Jock Jones is in center. 9 hits his last 6 games. DeRosa at second. Blanco, then is Torres and Zambrano.
Take a look at the Brewers defensively. Jenkins in left. Bill Hall playing center field. He's had his struggles out there trying to learn a new position. Gabe Gross over in right. Counsell, Hardy, Weeks, and Fielder across the infield. Johnny Estrada will be doing the catching for right-hander Claudio Vargas. Should correct myself. I said Vargas had 3 starts. He's actually had 2 starts and a relief appearance so far in the early going.
And a strike on Soriano. 28 years old, 6'3", 220 pounds. The relief appearance was against the Cubs. That was his first appearance of the year. And he got knocked around for 3 runs on 5 hits in 2 innings.
Came back with a start against the Marlins, went 5 innings, struck out 9 batters, didn't walk anybody in that game, and then against the Pirates, 6 innings with 11 strikeouts.
So Soriano's back where he played last year in left field. Began the year in center. He gets his first start in a week because of the strained left hamstring. A pinch hit double as part of that game tying rally in the 9th yesterday, and he hits a 1-bouncer and it gets past J.J. Hardy.
Yeah, big pinch hit double in the ball game yesterday, down the third baseline after breaking his bat badly. Went back and got a brand new one. Found that chalk down the third baseline and just kind of glided around first base and on into second, taking it very easy. That's kind of a base hit you like to see him get, where he doesn't really have to turn it on.
Initially, part of the reason that he was moving from center to left was to protect the hamstring, but the long-term issue is mainly that he wants one position. At some point, Felix PA is going to be the future in center field, so why not make that switch now? And again, he was comfortable in left. The Cubs were not displeased with his defense in center. If anything, there might have been some questions whether the defense might have affected his offense.
I think you're absolutely right, Len. Just the distraction of trying to learn a new position, being the captain of the outfield, positioning, making sure he knew where his corner outfielders were, and not to mention all the ground he has to cover here at Wrigley Field and at every ballpark as a center fielder. Hopefully he'll be much more comfortable in left.
Long pause by Vargas. Now the pitch to Floyd. It's too low, 1-1.
Well, unfortunately, with the gimpy hamstring, you wouldn't anticipate Soriano to be stealing bases as much as he would if he were 100% healthy.
Soriano 1 for 1 in the stolen base department. The Cubs are 5th in the league with 11 steals. And again, he has a very short lead at the moment.
The teams have not run a lot on the Brewers. Only 5 stolen base attempts. They've been successful all 5 times, but that's an unusually low number of steal attempts. A lot of that has to do with their pitching staff and the way they hold runners and how quickly they unload the ball to home plate.
Vargas taking a lot of time. He's now in the set position. And the kick in the 1-1. Now it's 1-2 on Floyd, who has played right before. But the last time he played right field at all was in 2002. 77 career starts in right. We've seen Matt Merton play a little bit out in right. In fact, Matt ended the game in center field yesterday. But the theme really has been Soriano finding that right position, and then they'll figure out the rest of the outfield. In the dirt, and the most intriguing part of the day was that Felix PA is still here. There was some speculation that with the Cubs needing a 7th pitcher in the bullpen, that PA might get sent back to Iowa, but that did not happen.
Well, and another way to look at it, depending on how the ball game goes, how Soriano's hamstring holds up over the course of the ball game, you know, PA could be used as a possible pinch runner at some point in the game, either for Soriano or somebody else in the Cubs lineup. Could be used as a defensive replacement late in the game should the Cubs get a lead. So, you know, he definitely has value even if he's not starting. But you just wonder how long the Cubs are going to be willing to have PA around as an extra piece. I mean, this is a young man that needs to play, needs to get his at-bats, and we'll see if he gets them up here at the major league level or at some point maybe go back to Iowa and play every day.
Well, he switched uniform numbers, was 17, now wears number 20. So whoever has a Felix PA number 17 Cubs jersey, it's worth a little more. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And normally I would expect Soriano to run on this pitch. We'll see what the Cubs do with him just coming back, as you mentioned. He is running, and it's fouled back by Floyd. And when Alfonso turned to go to second, you didn't see that burst that we normally see.
Yeah, the explosiveness that you normally see from Alfonso Soriano on the first 2 or 3 steps just wasn't there. Kind of glided into that attempt at second base. This is a 3-2 count. It's more on the hitter. You have to trust that hitter's going to take ball 4 if it's not in the strike zone, and if the pitch is in the strike zone or close enough that it may be called a strike, you have to protect that runner, put the ball in play.
And another 3-2, and that is ball 4, and stay on the bag, Alfonso. Two on with no outs.
Johnny Estrada thought they may have had a bottom of the kneecap strike zone right there. Soriano looking back as he runs to second base and just pulls up on the bag.
Here comes Derek Lee hitting .348. He's still looking for his first home run. He has, however, knocked in 11. Good on base percentage. Great on base percentage. Boy, if he could finish at .451, you'd take it this instant.
A real pattern developing. Teams pitching against Derek Lee just trying to continually stay away. Fastballs away, breaking balls away off the outside corner of the plate. That could partially explain the lack of a home run up to this point. Teams just aren't giving him anything to pull out of the ballpark.
One and one the count on Derek. The Cubs have scored at least 1 run and had 3 hits in the first inning in each of their last 3 games. They're hitting .415 in the opening inning. That leads the major leagues. Next in line, the Yankees at .352. Let's see, older brother of Greg Maddux, Mike Maddux, the pitching coach for Milwaukee. Ramirez on deck. Vargas working very slowly. We may have to look up synonyms for deliberate as this game moves along. The leadoff guy getting on.
He's operating on the theory that the longer he has the ball in his hands, the less chance the Cubs have to hit it. Boy, he just walks around the mound, takes a long time looking in for his signs, rubbing up the baseball, comes to his set position, checks the runner at second, checks the runner at first.
As a sign from Estrada, it's 2-2 on Lee. Here's a pitch down the right field line. That will be a fair ball. Soriano's going to come around and score easily. Floyd to third, and Derek with RBI number 12, and the Cubs strike in the first inning again. The best part of that is that Soriano really didn't have to bust it. He could essentially jog home.
Boy, and this is a nice piece of hitting by Derek Lee. I just mentioned that teams are consistently working him away. You get enough base hits down that right field line like Derek just did, it's going to force teams to come back in to keep him honest, and That's when he's really going to get fat against the opposing pitchers.
Alfonso cruising home. And still no outs. It's Aramis Ramirez. Milwaukee will take a double play and give up a run. Everybody back on their infield. Fielder holds Leon at first. Ramirez yesterday with career home run number 199. Also broke a tie for 14th. On the Cubs home run list, he was tied with Jody Davis. So he now has sole possession of 14th with 123 home runs. 2-0. I wonder if Estrada may say to his pitcher, we might need to pick up the pace a little bit.
This can be just paralyzing to a defense, especially on a cold night. The wind blowing in off the lake. It was 47 degrees at game time. It'll probably drop even lower than that as we continue to play. That cold wind blowing down the back of your neck, blowing on the back of your legs. And at some point, Vargas is going to depend on his defense to make plays behind him. And he's just putting everybody to sleep out there right now.
The 2-0 to Ramirez outside, 3-0. These are the kinds of innings you really want to make that opposing pitcher pay. Driven the other way, deep to right, and it will be hauled in by Gabe Gross. A sacrifice fly for Ramirez. It's now 2-0 as Floyd scores. So they went after a 3-0 pitch and drove it to right for a sac fly.
We got a good pitch to hit, a fastball up and out over the plate. Ramirez didn't try to pull it. Just drives that ball to the opposite field deep enough to chase Cliff Floyd home from third base. That's a nice piece of hitting on a 3-0 count. A lot of hitters don't like to swing at the 3-0 pitch. They get a little over anxious, over aggressive, try to pull the ball, but Ramirez stayed right on it, hit it where it was pitched.
So Ned Yost chatting with the leisurely, purposeful, methodical, cautious, dragging, humdrum, calculating Claudio Vargas.
All of the above.
So a runner at first with only one out. Cubs have now scored 2 or more runs in 6 of their last 10 innings.
I always like the one that Vargas pitches like he's getting paid by the hour.
Bit outside, maybe a little low on Jones. He gets the start in center. Felix P.A. beginning the night on the bench, along with Matt Merton. Jones in center, Floyd in right. Also saw when I got to the ballpark today, Ronnie Cedeno, Ryan Terrio, and Mark DeRosa were taking ground balls at short. The more positions you can play in this lineup, the better.
Well, and I think the guys have realized through the early going that Lou is not afraid to mix and match and try guys at different positions. He's got a lot of very athletic players that are capable of playing more than one position, just kind of searching for that right combination. Obviously, you want a good defensive ball club, guys that can catch the ones they should, but he's still searching for that magic combination offensively.
Drops inside, 2-2 on Jones. Cubs have been very patient against Vargas. Ned Yost has his team playing pretty good baseball, 11-7. They're leading the division. They came in a game and a half up on Houston. They just beat the Astros 2 of 3. But they find themselves trailing here in the opening inning. DeRosa on deck. Vargas has already thrown 25 pitches. It seems like 40. Lee runs. And a towering fly out to left as Jeff Jenkins makes a catch. Lee back to first. That's the second out. Night baseball here at Wrigley. The Cubs are 4-1 under the lights this year everywhere, and they'll play 6 of their next 8 at night. Game tying Bloop 2-run single in the 9th inning yesterday. Ground ball to second. It's Ricky Weeks gobbling it up, and he throws out DeRosa. A 2-run first, giving Carlos Zambrano some early run support. He'll take the mound when we come back in a second. Nice, clean, perfect first inning for Zambrano. Back to work in the second. And ball one on Bill Hall. Like Soriano before tonight, Bill Hall making that switch to center. Bounces it to short as Torres will pop it over. Good timing for Alfonso to get back into the lineup, because tonight is Alfonso Soriano Autograph Baseball Day, sponsored by Van Campen Investments. The first 20,000 fans through the gates received a scratch and win card. 500 random winners getting an Alfonso Soriano autograph on a Rawlings official baseball. Compliments of Van Campen Investments. And there will be second chance drawings throughout the game for additional winners, because, as Bob likes to say, everybody deserves a second chance.
Absolutely. And now we know what Alfonso was doing in his time off. Not only resting the hamstring, but signing baseballs.
Switch hitting Johnny Estrada, the Brewer catcher. Good heat from Carlos tonight. Right off the bat, he was at 93. And he's got it up there into the mid to upper 90s already. If you take away the month of October, with just a couple starts here or there, and just look at April through September, this is by far Carlos's worst month. When you look at his earned run average, 4.59 in the month of April. Everything else is a lot lower. And last year he did not post a win in the first month.
Well, those numbers are kind of hard to figure out because as we saw down in Arizona, he was on top of his game in spring training, a guy that always comes into camp in shape and ready to go. He just can't seem to get untracked in the early going.
So his earned run average after April is under 3. The 3-2 to Estrada. And we'll do it again.
Estrada with an 0 for 4 against the Astros yesterday snapped a 9-game hitting streak. This is where hitting streaks can be a little deceptive. 9-game hitting streak for the Brewers catcher. He had 10 hits in 41 at bats, so an average of only 244 during the hitting streak.
Backhanded by DeRosa, but he fell down. It would have been a real tough play because he was running away from first base. So after that ball got under the glove of Zambrano, Estrada looking at a hit, and that's what he gets. Let's hear from Larry Rothschild, Cubs pitching coach, on Zambrano, if there's anything mechanical or if he just has to work his way through it.
His arm slot's been a little bit lower, but you've seen that from time to time here. It's not uncharacteristic of him. It's something that he works on a lot on the side and is very conscious of. And then sometimes in the game, the adrenaline gets him, and he tends to go side to side more, and that's when the arm gets down a little bit lower. And once in a while, wants to paint a pitch.
Swing and a miss by Jeff Jenkins.
It's kind of an odd contradiction. When you talk about a sinker ball pitcher, the lower their arm slot gets, the more the ball flattens out. It's kind of odd, but you hear pitching coaches talk all the time about arm up, ball down. If you get on top of the ball with your hand, use your normal delivery, that's when you get the best sink on a ball.
DeRosa coming in. He will apply the tag and close to first for the 4-3 inning-ending double play. Nicely done by Mark DeRosa. 2-0 Cubs. Side, but very comfortable, and we're dry.
Well, the decision you have to make as a second baseman on a ground ball like this is based on who's the runner at first. Mark DeRosa knew that Johnny Estrada, a very plodding base runner, was going to go from first to second. Didn't even think about the backhanded toss to his tourist to turn the double play. Just ran in, made the tag himself, made it a very easy play. Know your runners.
Lower third of the order, starting with Henry Blanco. Well, Johnny Vandermeer's record is safe, at least for the time being, as Mark Burley just gave up a double in the second inning to Esteban Herman of the Kansas City Royals. You hear so much about those unbreakable records. Not that it's totally random that a guy throws a no-hitter. You have to have really good stuff. As Henry tagged out on strike 3, and Estrada got a new baseball before he threw it around the horn.
Like a breaking ball in the dirt to Henry. Chases a pad pitch. Estrada makes the tag. Ball was in the dirt. Gets a new one from Paul Nart before he throws it around the horn.
So Soriano chatting with Cubs head trainer Mark O'Neill.
Everybody's smiling. That's a good sign.
It's always good. But on the no-hitter thing, people wondering why you don't see a lot of them these days. Well, you don't see a lot of 9-inning complete games. I mean, how many guys, Bob, go back-to-back complete games? And then we sit here and say, will anybody ever throw back-to-back no-hitters? I don't see it happening. Jenkins with a catch, and his Torres is out.
Yeah, you never say never, but you bring up a good point. You don't see back-to-back complete games more than a couple times in a season.
Good hand for Zambrano. 3 out of 9 with a double, a home run, and 2 knocked in. Takes a fastball off the plate. Cubs have kind of had their way against Milwaukee, winning 8 of the last 11 between these two clubs. And the Cubs scoring 6.5 runs per game. To third, backhanded play by Craig Counsell. And the throws in time. Zambrano hustling all the way, just thrown out. After 2-0 Cubs. We're in the 3rd inning tonight. First of 3 between the Brewers and Cubs. Here's a pitch by Zambrano. It's outside. Gabe Gross leading off, Craig Counsell, and then the pitcher Claudio Vargas. Gross with just his 5th start of the year. Probably in the lineup because lefties are hitting .378 against Zambrano. Only hit for Milwaukee was an infield single by Johnny Estrada. Gross was late. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He's 1 for 4 against Carlos with 4 walks. Zambrano's just 25 years old. And he's run it full 3-2.
I think the good thing in the early going with Zambrano is he's not missing his spots by much. Keeping the ball down. He's right around the strike zone. His last start, he was all over the place early in the ball game against the Braves.
He went too far, according to Mike Everett, and that is a strikeout, number 2 for Zambrano.
Carlos has great movement on all his pitches in the early going. The sinker is really dive bombing. This looks like a splitter, perhaps a changeup dropping down. It's a check swing from Gross. Put that bat out there too far in the estimation of Mike Everett down at third base.
Paul Nart is a home plate umpire tonight. It's left-handed swinging Craig Counsell. He's playing third base. Ground ball, and it scoots under the glove of Derek Lee. And Counsell's going to head to second. So a 2-base hit for Counsell, his 4th double of the year.
That ball kind of fooled Derek Lee a little bit. Normally he would make this play. Counsell hit it a lot harder than Derek realized from our Southwest.com RoboCam. Just underneath the glove of Derek Lee. Gets down into that corner with Counsell speed. That's an easy double.
So the Brewers have their first runner in scoring position. The pitcher Vargas is at the plate. He's 1 for 4. In his career 077 with 3 doubles and 7 RBIs. Each team with 2 hits. The Cubs lead 2-0. And the pitch, he fouled it straight back.
I mentioned Derek Lee might have been a little surprised by how hard that ball was hit by Craig Counsell. You know, especially a guy that's been around the league for a while, and certainly Derek Lee knows Craig Counsell very well. Counsell's a guy that normally kind of sprays the ball around, stays up the middle of the field, hits a lot of balls to the opposite field, and when you turn on one like that and jerk it down the first baseline, that's something that you don't expect from a guy like Craig Counsell.
Vargas showed bunt, then pulled the bat back and swung and missed. The 0-2 on the way is outside. So what you're saying is it would be like you hitting one the opposite way.
If I hit one toward Derek Lee, he'd probably have a heart attack.
Dead pull hitter, Bob Brenly.
Which explains my .248 lifetime batting average.
Struck him out swinging.
Well, I may not have been able to hit to all fields, but I do know one thing, Len.
What's
Chicago
that?
Cubs baseball from beautiful Wrigley Field is brought to you by Budweiser. Born in America, enjoyed around the world. This is Budweiser. This is beer.
Yeah, you do know that.
Yes, sir.
Now, would teams pitch you away and then you would refuse to go the other way, or how did that work?
Yeah, most of the time. I mean, depending on situation. But, yeah, I saw a lot of breaking balls away, a lot of off-speed pitches away. Thank goodness pitchers do make mistakes from time to time.
Ricky Weeks, the second baseman. 2 down in the inning. Counsell's a runner at second. Bounced in. A nice play by Ramirez as he cut it off. Weeks trying to find the hole. Tell you what, Aramis has had a great start, not only at the plate but defensively as well. That saved a run. 2-0. with a sac fly and saved a run potentially on a defensive play to retire Ricky Weeks. Soriano drives it the other way. I think the switch to left has worked out all right. Of course, it may not have any bearing on things, but Soriano's 2 for 2 tonight.
Well, you mentioned it, Len. Aramis Ramirez off to a great start with the bat. His legs are healthy. He's moving well and cuts off a run right here, making this play in the whole fields. That ball way behind him. Has to get rid of it quickly with Ricky Weeks running down that line, and just does get him at first base. Two for two as a left fielder.
Yeah, you gotta like that. Maybe a repeat of the first inning when the Cubs scored twice. In that inning, Floyd walked. He and Soriano would eventually score. Alfonso on the Derek Lee single, and Floyd on the sac fly by Ramirez, fouled back. And the fan took a tumble over a couple of rows going after that foul ball. He only had to apologize to 8 people.
He's going to have a few bruises tomorrow. He might not feel them right now, but he will in the morning.
Quick throw to first, and Soriano back.
You know, Len, talking about Soriano coming back from the hamstring injury, and we assume he's going to be very tentative on the bases until he feels like he's at 100% and can really turn it loose once again. And all the advanced scouts here at the ballpark are watching and making notes, and as they file their reports, I'm sure they'll say Soriano not yet at 100%, not running the bases aggressively, but there will be that ball game when he shows up and feels 100%, and all of a sudden those reports are going to have to change once again.
Well, hamstrings can be pretty delicate, particularly for an outfielder and for a guy with speed who wants to use his legs. No pitch, time was called. So back into that very deliberate mode for Claudio Vargas with men on base. And what tends to happen, and I can already see it, the two guys on the left side of the infield just kind of kicking the dirt with their feet. You need to find things to do when your pitcher takes too much time. A 1-1 fouled back to the netting.
Greg Nettles, in his time in the National League with the San Diego Padres, used to call that tending your garden. Just cleaning up any pebbles that may be out there in front, smoothing out some of the humps that come from the base runners running around the bases, and he used to call that tending your garden. Joe Walsh song. Tend my garden.
Oh, okay. Called strike 3 as Floyd frozen on a fastball on the outside corner. A little stare down there and a head shake after the call by Paul Nart. You be the judge.
Little movement right at the end. I mentioned the strikeouts that Vargas had piled up coming into his start today, and talking to some of the Brewers, they said that most of them have come because of his late movement on both his breaking ball and his sinking fastball. Saw him get Henry Blanco earlier with a late breaking curveball that ended up in the dirt, much like that first pitch to Derek Lee, and that time got the called strike on Cliff Floyd on a late moving sinker.
And talking about pitchers who work very slow with runners on base, what's that like for a catcher? You get geared up, you're thinking about a stolen base, you're on the balls of your feet. There's a timing part of that, isn't there?
Have you ever had cramps in the points of your hips? You know, right
No.
there on. Oh.
That's a rocket into the left field corner. Now Soriano will be sent home by Mike Quaddy, and he'll score without a throw. So Alfonso testing that hamstring again, not running at 100%, but good enough. And Derek Lee's 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs. So it's 3-0.
Derek Lee finally got a pitch he could pull. Vargas with a fastball inside part of the plate. He buggy whips it down into that left field corner just over Craig Counsell at third base. Long run for Jeff Jenkins, who was shaded over into left center a little bit, and that allows Soriano to kind of stretch it out and just cruise around third and score easily.
Top of the order's done it all tonight. Soriano 2 for 2 with a run. Floyd has scored a run. Lee with 2 hits, 2 RBIs. Well, it's speaking about the outfield situation. Defense is very important, but as Lou would say, look, they have to hit. This is an offensive lineup, and the bottom line is Soriano's going to play left. PA Jones will play center, at least for now. Merton, Floyd will play right, maybe Mark DeRosa occasionally. These guys are paid to hit. And if they do that, this team should be pretty good.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, defense is always important, especially in the outfield. That's the last line of defense. You make mistakes in the outfield, the ball gets behind you. That's when bad things start to happen. But we talked about it down in Arizona. You just out-hit your mistakes. Drive in more than you let in, and that's what Lou's looking for. Big offense.
Lee is thrown out trying to steal third, and he can't believe the call by Mike Everett.
Boy, I don't even need to see a replay. That's a bad call. Derek Lee with a good jump and slid to the outfield side of the bag at third. I'm not sure Counsell ever got the tag back to him. Yeah, see, Counsell just didn't get the tag on Derek Lee until the foot was on the base. That's too bad.
So nobody on with 2 outs and a 1-2 count on Ramirez.
A good lesson for base stealers out there, though. You saw Derek Lee slide to the very back side of third base. Counsell has to bring that ball all the way back to where Derek Lee is. The throw was actually pretty good right on the bag.
There is career home run number 200 for Aramis Ramirez. The ball went in and out of the hands of that fan. Probably landed on Waveland. Hopefully Ramirez can get it back. A no-doubter. And it's 4-0. He is really locked in. Home run number 4. He went deep yesterday. A 3-run shot, and he has 2 ribbies tonight.
Boy, with the wind blowing in tonight, a hanging breaking ball on the inside part of the plate, and you call it a no-doubter. Big bat starting to heat up, even though the weather is not. Ramirez, such a good off-speed hitter when the pitcher leaves that ball in the strike zone. Can turn on anybody's fastball, but really crushes those off-speed pitches.
Now that's the first error of the year for Ricky Weeks. First 18 games, he had no errors. Got over there in time, but couldn't make the play. Mike Maddox is going to head out, and there's already action in the Milwaukee pen.
It's a 16th error on the season for the Brewers. Only the Reds and the Nationals have made more errors than the Brewers on the season. And once again, this may be a byproduct of the ridiculously slow pace that Vargas is working with tonight. Ball just stays down. That last hop hits the webbing of the glove and trickles out into shallow right field. It's inevitable. Your fielders get back on their heels. They're not up on their toes, ready to react when the ball's in the hitting zone. They get late jumps on balls. The ball ends up playing them rather than them being aggressive and playing the ball.
Ball 1 on Mark DeRosa. Elmer DeSenz is getting ready with Bill Castro, their longtime bullpen coach. Looking on. 2 in the first, 2 more here in the third. Cubs entering play tonight 7 up, 11 down. Just 3 and 7 at home.
Thomas Ramirez with his second home run in as many days, the 200th of his career. He knows it's gone. The fans know it's gone. Vargas knows it's gone. Jeff Jenkins knows it's gone. What we don't know is how far did it fly, according to Southwest Airlines, 386 feet.
Well, whoever ended up grabbing that baseball, at some point they'll find out it was a milestone home run. Let the negotiations begin. It was a very similar foul ball to the one Mark hit yesterday that ended up tying the game.
Yeah, it started in about the same location. Wind blowing out a gale yesterday, blew it all the way back into fair territory for a couple RBI.
Vargas coming back. Another foul by Mark.
A high pop up yesterday down the right field line against Jason Isringhausen. I think everybody was rooting for it to go foul to continue the at bat. It looked like it was headed for the bleachers. The wind got a hold of it, blew it back in play, and none of the Cardinal defenders could get to it.
Inside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. A-Rod has homered again. Oh, he has 13. But the Yankees trail in Tampa Bay 7-5 as they play the top of the 6th. He's got a pretty good shot at the American League Player of the Month. The Yankees just got swept in Boston, as the Red Sox tied a major league record with 4 consecutive home runs. Barry Bonds is only 15 away from Hank Aaron, hit number 740 yesterday. Giants are off tonight. Three and 2. With 2 outs, Jones is on after the error by Weeks, so he'll get a head start. Cubs with 2 runs in the inning. And Fielder's going to back up and play behind the runner. Claudio Vargas working at a very, very slow pace tonight, and it hasn't helped him.
It's not unusual for a pitcher to start the ball game and alter his pace. If the other team's getting on him, then maybe you slow down a little bit, but he's been working deliberately from the very first pitch of the ball game. See where he's been on Mark DeRosa, all over the zone.
And a drive to center. Bill Hall makes a catch. 3 hits, including Aramis Ramirez's 200th home run, and it's 4-0. As yesterday, the Cubs coming right back and jumping all over Claudio Vargas. Ramirez with a nice defensive play, a couple of RBIs, and his 200th career home run. J.J. Hardy at the plate, quickly 2 strikes on him. Carlos Zambrano has passed the 1,000 innings pitched mark. Came in with 999 in his career. He has 884 career strikeouts. Has a sign from Henry. Rocks and fires on a 1-2. And it's even up 2-2. Thing Zambrano wants to do is throw strikes. With a 4-run lead, he doesn't want to walk anybody and give these guys in the middle of their order a chance to hit a 2 or 3-run homer.
Well, and so far Carlos has really been attacking that strike zone. You know, that's something we heard Gerald Perry talk about for the Cubs hitters in spring training. What was his philosophy? Attack the strike zone. We've heard Rich Hill talk about it, his incredible start to this season, attacking the strike zone. And certainly you would think that Carlos would be a guy that should do that every time out. With the movement that he has on his pitches, the assortment of pitches that he has, no reason for him not to throw that ball in the strike zone consistently until he gets ahead in the count, and then maybe try to lead the hitter out of the zone.
And that sinker didn't sink enough. And J.J. Hardy, how about this? His 6th home run already. Carlos not happy as he just pounded the ball into his mitt. So on a 3-2 pitch, Hardy takes him deep. That's the 7th home run allowed by Carlos. That's too many.
A little sinker. He dropped the arm angle down. We heard Larry Rothschild talking about that earlier. When he drops that arm angle into a lower slot, he loses his movement on that sinker. That one stayed on the same plane, and A.J. Hardy flexing his muscles.
Milwaukee came in 3rd. Sorry, Bob. 3rd in the league in home runs.
Ooh. Carlos probably doesn't feel this way, but for me, I'd rather see him give up a solo home run than walk a guy leading off an inning. Be aggressive, throw your strikes up there, let your defense work behind you. You start walking guys, that's when crooked numbers go up on the scoreboard.
He's ahead of fielder, 1 ball, 2 strikes. This one popped foul up to the left. Well, the roster move the Cubs made today to add a 7th relief pitcher, Rocky Cherry, who we got to know a little bit in spring training. And it was very impressive. He had 5 saves in spring training, 3 with Iowa. And he's now part of the Cubs relief corps. And Wade Miller, who had another rough start yesterday, put on the disabled list with middle back spasms. As fielder missed it, Henry picks it up and gets it to Lee in time. The Cubs won't need a start from their number 5 starter until a week from tomorrow in Pittsburgh. And there's a pretty good chance it'll be Angel Guzman coming back from AAA Iowa to make that start.
After giving up the solo home run to J.J. Hardy, Zambrano comes right back and gets Prince Fielder. Like a good splitter down in the dirt. Henry knocks it down, throws him out at first. Yeah, Rocky Cherry was a guy that really opened some eyes in spring training. We talked at length about that early in the season. A great opportunity for some players maybe who weren't quite on the radar with the Cubs to show what they could do to a new manager, a new coaching staff. And Cherry was a guy that really caught the eye of Lou Piniella down in Mesa.
Rocky Ty Cherry. That's his real name. His parents are Pat and Jan. And his uncle said when Rocky was born, got to name him something tough. And Paul reaches as Henry lost his footing on strike 3.
Another pitch that just doesn't quite hit the dirt. Henry thought he had it in his mitt. Lost his footing as he got back there into the on-deck circle. That crowning away from home plate to allow water to drain when it rains here at Wrigley Field. Sometimes you get running down that hill and your cleats just don't dig in the way they should.
So it's a strikeout and a passed ball charged to Henry. So that allows Hall to reach. And it's Estrada with 1 out. You remember the old Johnny Cash song, A Boy Named Sue? I guess that would apply to Rocky, Ty, Cherry. Call me Bill or George, anything but Sue. And the Cherries decided to go with Rocky.
Well, do you do? My name is Sue.
The other pitching update is regarding Mark Pryor. He will undergo a diagnostic arthroscopy, I guess is what they call it. Exploratory surgery, essentially, on his right shoulder. And it will be performed by Dr. James Andrews in Birmingham, Alabama. So I guess they're going to go in there and see if they can find anything. Estrada whiffs, 1 ball and 1 strike on the Brewers catcher. So this will be the first operation in Mark's career. And we hope they don't find anything.
And I don't know. I'm not a doctor, and these things are all very subjective depending on the individual and the procedure that's done and what they find when they get in there. But you'd like to hope that they go in there and find nothing wrong, and at some point Mark will be back in pitching again before the end of the season, but we'll see how it goes.
Kerry Wood was in Chicago on Saturday. He has severe tendonitis in his right shoulder. The shoulder was probably as strong as it's ever been, but with the throwing he did in spring training put a lot of pressure on the tendons, and so everything has been a bit inflamed, and that has caused the tendonitis. Jenkins on deck. Leadoff home run from J.J. Hardy to make it 4-1. Zambrano shaking off his catcher, now gets the sign he wants. Henry sliding off the inside part of the plate, popped out of his mitt. 2-2.
It's rare to see Henry Blanco drop a pitch during the course of a ball game. He's dropped 3 in this inning. Carlos must really have great late movement on that sinker today.
Estrada elevates to center. And under it is Jock Jones. Tickets are still available for Cub home games on weekdays in April and May, even in the Bud Light bleachers. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Tickets available for the final 2 games of this series tomorrow night at 7:05 and then a 1:20 start on Wednesday. Come on out and check out Rich Hill as he goes for his 4th win tomorrow against Jeff Suppan. That's a really good matchup. And then how about Ted Lilly and Ben Sheets on Wednesday? We'll be on WGN on Wednesday, 1 o'clock for the leadoff man. Torres will throw to first and get Jeff Jenkins. Leadoff home run by J.J. Hardy. And the lead is now 3. Hey, Cub fans, don't forget to check out our baseball blog on WGNTV.com. On the blog tonight, we have a link to our current podcast, which we taped yesterday. Dan Roan with a great piece on Peoria Chiefs new skipper, Hall of Famer Ryan Sandberg. And if you missed it, you can relive Bears kicker Robbie Gould's Take Me Out to the Ball Game yesterday. Cubs Brewers notes from our friends at StatSync. All kinds of stuff. I also give you a quick news update and all the things we just talked about in the last half inning. It's all on WGNTV.com. Click on the link for Len and Bob's blog. Our blog is ever expanding. Kind of like my waistline during the season. Claudio Vargas has been very sharp tonight. He did have a 1-2-3 second, but that was after a 2-run first and right before a 2-run third. Came in with a 3.46 ERA. Henry will get it just over Ricky Weeks.
Just enough for Henry Blanco. Hit it off the end of the bat a little bit. Just a cue shot. Not into shallow right field. See no stride whatsoever. Just use your hands. Try to put that ball in place somewhere. Pitch was off the plate away. Able to reach out there, hit it off the end of the bat for a knock.
Cesar flying to left his first time. Counsell in at third. And the pitch to his Torres is outside. More action in the Milwaukee pen. I was just going to get into trying to get inside the mind of a manager early on as DeCenz is up again. It just didn't look like Vargas had it tonight. This game is not over. We're only in the fourth inning. Cubs leading by 3. And a ground ball. Weeks got a nice hop. Hardy's going to turn it easily. Just like that, 2 outs. Takes a lot of patience to be that manager, doesn't it? Because it would be very easy early on to just say, you know what, get somebody else. But it's not that easy. You got to get innings out of your starting pitcher, and sometimes that pitcher's going to give up runs. You may not win the game, but you need to save your bullpen.
Easy double play turn by the Brewers. I mean, a manager, obviously you're trying to win every ball game, but you cannot sacrifice your entire pitching staff for one game, knowing full well what they've done the day before, the 2 days before, what you expect to need out of your bullpen the following day, and it all enters into it. It's not just as easy as jerking a guy because he doesn't have it on a given night. Sometimes that is the case, but more often than not, you've got to find a way to milk a couple extra innings out of this guy, even though you know he doesn't have his best stuff.
He gets over to cover the bag and gets the throw from Fielder. So DeCenz will sit back down. It's 4-1. Gabe Gross batting for Milwaukee. As we went to break, I said DeSenz can sit down, and he waited to get the signal from the Milwaukee dugout. But with the pitcher spot due up third in this inning, they told him to keep throwing. So Vargas may be in fact done after 4, even though he worked a scoreless 4th. And that's the other thing about the National League is depends on where your spot is in the order.
I mean, if Gross and Counsell would both happen to reach, Ned Yost may choose to keep Vargas in the game and attempt to put down a sacrifice bunt and try to get one more inning out of him. But at this point, I think he's going to make the switch.
2-1 from Zambrano. A little bit outside.
And also the fact that the pitcher is up third in the inning. The reliever continues to throw in the bullpen. That'll change Craig Counsell's at bat. This is where we talk about the number 8 hitter. Has to be a little smart. You have to think about the game situation. Normally Counsell would probably just go up here and try to do his thing, hit that hole on the right side of the infield, but knowing that he's probably going to have a pinch hitter coming up behind him, that could possibly change his at bat.
Hey, music fans, the great Stevie Nicks and special guest Chris Isaak will be at the Charter One Pavilion June 8th, part of the Bud Light Concert Series. Tickets are on sale now. You can go to Ticketmaster.com or call Ticketmaster at 312-559-1212. Stevie Nicks with Chris Isaak. June 8th, don't miss it. Brought to you by Bud Light. Always worth it. Tony Gwynn is on deck in the pitcher spot. Well, the 5th inning has been a problem for Zambrano. It was the 5th inning against Cincinnati 2 starts ago, and he could not get an out off the foot of Counsell as he spins out of the box. The walk to Gross, just the first one tonight for Carlos. And he has 5 strikeouts. He came in with a walk to strikeout ratio of 1-to-1. 16 walks, 16 strikeouts.
Craig Counsell at the plate. You know he's going to make a pitcher work. He's a guy that rarely swings at the first pitch. Rarely swings until he gets 1 strike on him. With 2 strikes, he'll battle and foul pitches off.
And he drives it down the line. Foul ball. Not by a whole lot, maybe a foot. Be careful. Everybody's okay with that.
We've seen Counsell pull a double down into the right field corner and just missed another extra base hit that time. I don't think I've ever seen him pull the ball as much as he has tonight against Zambrano.
Counsell went to Notre Dame. He's from Milwaukee. This is his 2nd tour with the Brewers. Pulls another one on the ground past Lee. Zambrano covering first. Close play. They got him. It goes 4-1. Z got a nice feed from DeRosa. And they just got Counsell.
Well, the athleticism of Carlos Zambrano getting off that mound, getting over there in good shape. DeRosa with a play deep in the hole between first and second. Zambrano coming off the mound. Slight hesitation there as he saw Derek Lee kind of give up on that ball as it got by him, but DeRosa covered a lot of ground to his left to get there. Just threw the ball over the bag, let Carlos run into it.
Pinch hitter Tony Gwynn, whose father will go into the Hall of Fame this summer. So that's it for Vargas, who went 4 innings, and allowed 4 runs. They were all earned. As Bob Rosenberg would say, 4 runs, they were earned. Great official score here at Wrigley. Bob Rosie Rosenberg.
We have a lot of fun with Rosie when he is working on a given day.
Well, he has a busy week. He'll be at the UC tomorrow night as the Bulls play game 2 against Miami. With the way they've spaced out that series, I think it'll end sometime in July. There's Rosie.
He worked Mark Burley's no-hitter the other day.
Why are they putting me on the air?
Oh, nice play.
Fan in the front row. Well, he's not camera shy either. Two strikes on the pinch hitter Gwynn. First to throw, and it gets into center. And Gross is going to stop. The ball did deflect off the glove of DeRosa, which slowed it down and kept Gross at second base.
An awkward looking pickoff attempt. It looked like Carlos caught a cleat when he spun around there. Really threw back across his body. DeRosa just misses the ball as it gets into shallow center, but not far enough away for Gross to advance.
It's 1-2 now on Gwynn. Leadoff walk. Gross then moved to second on a ground out by Counsell. Yeah, did you ask Bob how many no-hitters he scored?
I asked him as he was walking away from me. I don't know whether he intentionally ignored me or just didn't hear the question.
Another one in the dirt.
Nice stop that time by Henry. Squared that ball up right in the middle of the chest protector. Block and recover. Really 2 things going on for a catcher. You got to block the ball and then recover and make sure that runner can't advance. Henry does it perfectly.
Kick in a 2-2, another foul down to the left. A quick chat from Henry to his pitcher Zambrano. Our best wishes to Andy and Barb Gerzanich from Canton, Illinois. They were at the ball game Sunday. Their note said Andy was celebrating his bone marrow transplant at the University of Chicago, so we hope Andy's doing well. If you'd like to send us an email, lenandbob@aol.com. We have an update on Ron Santo. His heartbeat is back to normal. He's on medication, no surgery, and hopefully he'll be home very soon. Spirits are up. That's great to hear, and Ronnie, we can't wait to see you back at the ballpark.
Boy, and there's no doubt the best medicine for Ronnie tonight would be a victory for the Cubs.
Dave Otto, the lefty, working with Pat Hughes in the piano bar, as you call it, and a base hit to center by Gwynn. Gross will score, and it's now 4-2. So Gwynn kept battling and eventually singled up the middle and knocked in a run. And Lou Pinella's coming out. There's nobody working in the bullpen.
Well, once again, this is not going to be about mechanics.
No.
You have to give some credit to Tony Gwynn Jr. That was a heck of an at-bat. Battled, fouled off some tough pitches, stayed alive in the at-bat. Last words there appear to be watch the runner. Gwynn does have base stealing speed over there at first base. Just got a ball up and out over the plate. Took it right back up the middle of the field. His daddy had an incredible ability to find those holes in the infield, especially that one between third and short, the 5.5 hole he called it.
tying run is at the plate, and Ricky Weeks has very good power. He has 4 home runs. The guy behind him, J.J. Hardy, has 6. Weeks hit 13 home runs in 96 games in 05. Last year he hit 8 in 95 games before his season ended due to injury. It was a right wrist tendon injury. Henry's been busy back of the plate, blocking pitches.
J.J. Hardy's 6th home run tonight, depending on what Barry Bonds and Jimmy Rollins have done today. He's tied for the National League lead. Jimmy Rollins and J.J. Hardy leading the National League in home runs. Go figure.
A 1-1. Now 1-2. Florida leads the Braves 8-5 as they play the last of the 8th in Florida. The Phillies over Houston 7-4. In the bottom of the 7th, Jimmy Rollins with home run number 7. Biggio and Berkman have gone deep for Houston. The Mets lead the Rockies 6-1. They're at Shea in the top of the 9th. Swing and a miss and a strikeout. It's the second time Weeks has fanned.
Good slider from Carlos. Knee high, sweeps it across the plate, starts in the middle, ends up on the outside corner. We mentioned the Brewers were second in the National League in batting average, team batting average at 277 coming into play tonight. How about the Mets? 298 as a team going into play tonight.
Kicks away from Blanco and allows Gwynn to get to second base. It's a wild pitch. Rosie put a little extra mustard on that one, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
In the press box. Wild pitch.
That's one of his favorites. That ball over in the left-handed batter's box. We talk about it all the time. Once those batter's box get dug up, the batters get in there and try to find their toe holds and dig those big ditches. You get a pitch over in that batter's box, there's no telling where it may go. Ones that hit out in front of home plate generally take a pretty true hop. Those are easy to block. The ones over in the batter's boxes are always tougher to block.
Inside. That ball got away from Zambrano.
But I got to tell you, once again, we talked about it earlier. I'm not sure if it's the movement that Zambrano has tonight or whether Henry's just having a tough night. He's not centering up a lot of balls in the middle of the mitt tonight.
Got to be careful here at 2-0. The guy really locked in. He threw him a breaking ball to make it 2-1. I always feel like we're looking at Lou at the zoo or in prison through that fence.
He paces like a caged animal at times.
Three and one.
Carlos looking back toward home plate. I don't think he can believe that was called a ball. I'm not sure why it was called a ball myself. Looked like it was right down the heart of the plate. Well, perhaps high, but you see Henry set up right down the middle. I mean, strike zone is somewhere up there just below the letters. Another one gets away. Man.
2 walks in the inning. Well, this 5th inning has been a lot of trouble for Carlos.
So far, he's been able to limit the damage to the 1 run. Remember, back in the 4th, he gave up the leadoff home run to J.J. Hardy. I said, even though Carlos may not feel this way, I'm sure Larry Rothschild would prefer that than a leadoff walk, which is what has happened here in the 5th. 27 pitches already here in the 5th inning after 23 in the 4th. Was very efficient through the first 3 innings.
The pitch count has gone up every inning as far as total number of pitches per frame. On a roller to Lee, he'll take it unassisted. That was a grind for Zambrano. Milwaukee gets 1, and it's 4-2 Cubs. Earned runs over his last 3 appearances, covering just 3 innings. Gets his first action in 6 days. 4-2 Cubs.
On the season, a total of 6 innings, 11 base hits, 6 runs. The league hitting .423 against Elmer DeScends.
Now the 3rd at bat for Alfonso, the 3rd time he's led off an inning. Let's hope he does what he did the other 2 times, get on base. Back in left field. Began the year in center. Played 12 games there, then went down with a left hamstring sprain. Pinch hit yesterday, and back into the starting lineup tonight. And with an 8-year contract, he could be in left the rest of the way as a Cub. Turned into that pitch, and it almost hit him.
The sinker just continued to ride up and in. Soriano dives in there a little bit, turned the wrong direction that time. Boy, that really exposes those hands and wrists to that pitch that's running up and in.
Popped up on the right side. Fielder with the catch, just in fair territory. Let's take a look at tonight's Honda Civic Games summary. J.J. Hardy hot at the plate. So is Aramis Ramirez at top of the order. Has done a lot of damage for the Cubs. And Carlos Zambrano's gone 5 tonight and a chance for his 2nd win against Milwaukee. Today's Honda Civic Games summary. Get performance and save gas. Test drive a new Civic at your Honda dealer today. Strike 1 on Cliff Floyd. Going back to Zambrano's comments about the Milwaukee lineup versus Cincinnati. He's 1-0 with a .386 against Milwaukee, not including tonight. 0-2 with an 11 earned run average against Cincinnati. So maybe what he said, at least for him, was accurate.
Well, you know, and he did try to amend it a little bit. He says, I don't mean that Milwaukee is nothing, but, you know, based on his experiences and what has happened to him when he's been on the mound, he just felt that the Reds were a better offensive ball club.
Lloyd strikes out. In case you missed the open, this was the comment that got him into some hot water in Milwaukee. And again, he's lost twice to the Reds and has a chance to beat the Brewers for the second time. Lee is 2 for 2 with a double and 2 RBIs. Caught stealing in the third inning. It was right in front of the Ramirez home run. We want to send out our condolences to the family of Dave Nightingale, who passed away recently. Dave was a columnist for the Chicago Daily News. He covered baseball for the Chicago Tribune and the Sporting News, and occasionally was the official scorer for the Cubs. And we appreciate the note from Larry Marthayer from Longboat Key, Florida. Descends with a 2-1. It's low. 3 balls and a strike. And now Derek can look for his pitch.
Well, Derek, one of those guys that does not like to swing at 3-0 pitches, but he'll let it go on the 3-1 if it's something he's looking for.
There it is. Pitcher's strike on the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, you don't want to swing at this pitch anyway, regardless of count. Unless you have 2 strikes and have to protect the plate, that's a real pitcher's strike, maybe. A little sinker at the knees on the outside corner.
Bounces it toward the hole, but Week showing his range. That's a 1-2-3 fifth for Elmer Descends. Cubs 4, Brewers 2. Carlos Zambrano with a 4-2 lead as he faces Bill Hall. Hall batting 4th for the Brewers. a couple of issues out in center field as he learns that position. One of them was he got into a habit as an infielder of flipping the ball from his glove to his hand. And as an outfielder, with the much bigger glove, that's a very difficult proposition. So he has gotten rid of that habit, which wasn't easy. And the other one was early in the year on balls hit over his head, he was taking his eyes off the baseball, sprinting to the spot, and then trying to relocate the ball, which is also tough to do. And earlier we saw him go back on a ball, and he never took his eyes off the ball. Those are a couple of things an infielder has to learn through experience. And a lot of times you just have to make some mistakes.
Well, there's only so much you can simulate in workouts before the ball game. I'm sure he's taken hundreds, if not thousands, of balls off the fungo bats of the Brewers coaching staff, but it's a completely different ball game when you get a pitcher on the mound and the ball is slicing or hooking or dipping or diving. The wind, makes the ball do some funny things out there in center field. And as he gets more balls hit his direction in game situations, I'm sure he'll get more comfortable out there. That first bad habit you talked about is a bad habit for any player.
Got him called strike 3. Nick Henry was just going to flip the ball back to Zambrano. He thought it might have been ball 3, but it was strike 3 instead. So a double clutch by the catcher, who ended up throwing it around the horn.
Took a slider down around the knees, maybe a little below the knees. It definitely caught plenty of plate. Henry wasn't sure that was strike 3, and neither was Bill Hall.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. A catcher ready to throw the ball back to the pitcher, and then hearing it was a called strike 3, firing it to third.
A little bit of a delayed called strike 3 as well. That's why Henry was getting ready to throw it back to the pitcher.
The 0-1 to Estrada. Down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You talk about the bad habit that Bill Hall had of flipping the ball from his glove into his bare hand. That's just a bad habit for any player to have. You're taught to take the bare hand and reach into the glove. You've got control of the baseball in your glove. All you have to do is stick your hand in there and grab it. When you flip that ball in the air to your bare hand, a lot of things can happen. Plus, it's much easier to find the seams on the baseball. It gives you an extra split second to find the seams on the baseball and make a truer throw.
Now, for youngsters out there, when you say that, most guys look for a 4-seam grip, correct? Across the seams.
Grip it across the seams, yeah. Across the horseshoe, if you will, on the baseball. That will, and if you throw the ball overhand across the seams, you'll get a much truer, much straighter throw. You just watch what pitchers do. They throw a 4-seam fastball. It's generally very straight. It's one they try to throw for control and more velocity. When they throw a 2-seam fastball, which is in the narrow part of the seams, that's the ball that sinks and has more movement.
The third walk for Zambrano, all in the last 2 innings. This year, when you can't be at home to watch the Cubs on TV, check out MLB.tv. You can catch every out-of-market game of the season live online, even when you're traveling. And this year, live radio broadcasts are included with a subscription to MLB.tv. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Got a nice email from Jeffrey Stein watching us on MLB.tv in San Diego, California. All right, we have a little demonstration coming up.
Yeah, I mean, just to illustrate for the youngsters out there that are watching, when we talk about a 4-seam fastball or gripping across the seams, and I mentioned gripping across the horseshoe of the ball, we'll show you exactly what that means as opposed to a 2-seam fastball grip. This is what we call the horseshoe of the baseball, and ideally a position player wants to grip the ball across the horseshoe. That will give you the most seams working against the air. Will be a much truer throw. When you throw across the narrow channel right there, that's the ball that's going to have some kind of movement depending on the finger pressure that you apply. The scariest thing for a position player is to get between the horseshoe and have no seams whatsoever. That comes out like a spitball. You never know where that one's going.
Yeah, guys throw sinkers all the time, and those are the balls that guys like Derek Lee have to dig out of the dirt. You ever thought about being a teacher?
No.
That was nicely done.
I did my time in the classroom, thank you.
Did my time.
Yes, I did. In the off season in the minor leagues, did some substitute teaching as Wirtz and Will Oman cranking it up down in the Cubs bullpen.
Hi, Mr. Brenly.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Brenly. Yeah, that's great fun being a substitute teacher. I'll tell you that. I know what I used to do to substitute teachers when I was a student, and I got my payback in spades when I was a teacher.
Estrada with a short lead at first, and a 3-1 to Jenkins, and a line shot base hit. Jones plays it on one bounce, and Estrada holds it second. Here comes Lou. Back-to-back lefties coming up, Gross and Counsell. Number 13's coming in. We hope it's a good omen.
Well, still not as typically dominating as we're used to seeing from Carlos Zambrano, but a huge improvement over his last outing against the Braves.
4-2 Cubs. Will Oman is ready to go. And facing Gabe Gross, first and second. So Zambrano can just watch from the bench from here on out. He went 5 1/3 and gave up 5 hits and 2 runs. Oman inheriting 2 base runners. The kick and the 0-1 pitch. Fastball. He tried to bunt it. It was high, and he fouled it back.
Yeah, Gross has had 2 at-bats in his career against Will Oman. He struck out both times. So trying to figure out a way to get on against the left-hander. Tried to drop a bunt down that third baseline.
Will with a nice outing his last time out. 2 scoreless innings to close out the Cardinals on Saturday, as he and Jason Marquis combined on the 7-hit shutout. Still 0-2. Estrada's at second. Jenkins is at first. The Cubs jumped all over Claudio Vargas for 2 in the first, 2 in the third. But Milwaukee hanging in. They got 1 in the fourth, 1 more in the fifth, and they have the tying runs on base. Another 0-2. Check swing bouncer foul. Cubs have a 7-man bullpen. Ullman was the only guy yesterday who did not work in the 10-inning loss to St. Louis. Rocky Cherry added to the mix today with Wade Miller going on the disabled list. All Carlos can do now is watch and hope that Ullman can get out of it.
Very fortunate bounce that time. Henry Blanco with a block of a pitch that hit well out in front of home plate. Ricocheted off Henry, hit Gabe Gross and dropped straight down in front. Well, this very easily could have moved a couple of runners into scoring position, but it hits Gross and drops right down at the feet of Henry Blanco. The runners have nowhere to go. From our Southwest.com RoboCam, Henry's been a busy man back there tonight, busier than he would like.
Floyd getting set, and Estrada's going to hang at second. So 2 are out.
A real struggle for Will Ullman. Once he got to the 2-strike count, he tries to elevate a fastball here. Gross puts a pretty good swing on it, but it hit it high in the air to right field. The wind knocked it down. Cliff Floyd did a nice job of staying behind the ball, caught it with his momentum coming toward the infield. Once again, the Brewer runners not able to advance.
So it's up to Counsell, who is 1 for 2 with a double. And strike one. Got the slider in there. Will had a really good year last year. He allowed a .208 opponent's batting average. 4th among National League relievers. He tied for 10th in the league with 78 appearances. So he did not give up a lot of hits in 06. And he's quickly ahead of Counsell. Biggest problem has been throwing strikes. Walked 34 last year and 65 and a third. Fans are getting up, swing and a miss. He got him on the slider. So Ullman stranding a couple of inherited runners and helping out Big Z. That's the final out of the top of the 6th. It's 4-2. to Ullman getting out of that inning, as he came in with 2 on and got the 2 hitters he faced. Cubs would love to add some runs here to pad the lead. The Sens work the 1-2-3 fifth and facing Aramis Ramirez, ball 1 outside. Country star Trace Atkins will handle our 7th inning stretch tonight. He sang the national anthem. I'd be fine if he did that every night. That was terrific, his rendition of the national anthem. Just outside. Of course, we're spoiled here with Wayne Messmer for a good majority of the games. Atkins did it during the World Series last year in St. Louis. The 2-1 pitch to Ramirez caught the outside corner, 2-2. Pitchers are getting that call from Paul Nart, the home plate umpire.
He's called that comeback sinker on the outside corner to the right-handed hitters. He's also called a lot of pitches right around the bottom of the kneecaps, a lot of low sliders.
Just off the plate that time, and it's full, 3-2. Jones next, then DeRosa for the Cubs. Cubs are 0-7 in 1- and 2-run decisions. They are 0-2 in extras. And they're in a tight one tonight as Ramirez reaches. Time now to have a ball with our friends from the Illinois Lottery.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight?
Now that guy has some pipes.
That's pure right there.
Well, we'll chat with him coming up a little bit later on. Strike 1 on Jones. Reached on an error in the 3rd inning. 0 for 2 officially. He came in with 9 hits over his last 6 games. Jock's playing center tonight. Let's just say the situation at center and right is fluid. We know who's going to play left, and that's about it. Alfonso Soriano. But the one thing Lou has said throughout, if you perform, you play.
And the only danger you run into with that theory is
nice pick there by Hardy. He's going to step on second and throw to first for a double play.
I was just about to say, you take into consideration a young player like Matt Merton, who obviously would like to play every day, as would Cliff Floyd and Jock Jones. They all want to play every day. And that perform and you play theory, sometimes guys put a little too much pressure on themselves when they do get opportunities. Jock Jones with a rocket hit to J.J. Hardy on a short hop, turns it into an easy double play. And you certainly hope that isn't the case. You know, just do what you can on the days that you are in there, and if you swing the bat the way you're capable of and make something happen, then you're going to get more playing time. But it's not unusual for players to put a little extra pressure on themselves when they know what the situation is. Up to this point, though, I think the players have all handled it very professionally, but they've said all the right things, but you know they all want to be in there every day, and that's exactly what you want as a manager. You want players that want to play. And that may sound like, you know, a duh statement, but that isn't always the case. There are a lot of guys in the major leagues that are perfectly content to play 1 day a week to fill their role with the ball club, and if you ask them to do much more than that, it's the old, you know, bench me or trade me. I can't play every day.
Hall busting it back off his glove as he lays out on the track, and DeRosa has a double. His 3rd two-base hit.
And then you were just talking about it an inning ago. Bill Hall learning not to take his eye off those balls hit straight over his head in center field, and this ball is scalded to straightaway center field on a line over the head of Bill Hall. And he does keep his eye on the ball the whole way, tracking it like a wide receiver running down a pass. The leaping effort at the very end, sliding very nearly head first into the fence out there, into the vines. Great effort, but a double for Mark DeRosa.
And a 2-out RBI situation for Blanco. Henry, the former Brewer, is 2 for 10 on the year. Henry spelling Michael Barrett, who has a 3-game home run streak.
Especially playing in Wrigley Field with the swirling, circling winds at times, you cannot afford to take your eye off. Actually, he was very close to catching that ball. I didn't realize he was that close. It hit off his glove. Just didn't get it up there in a good position to make the catch. Probably has some cinders from that warning track in the heel of his hand when he slid on the track.
Well, how about Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, cupping his hand over his mouth as he's chatting with his pitcher and catcher. Maybe taking that cue from his brother.
We talk about 5-tool players. The 6th tool would be being able to read lips, and that obviously is something that every pitching coach is concerned about.
Don't want to give away anything. So we resume with DeRosa at second and 2 outs. And a 1-0 to Henry. A strike. Sure, that's what Mike Maddox told Elmer DeSenz. Throw a strike.
Kind of an odd looking defensive alignment here. Jeff Jenkins in left field is shaded over toward the gap a little bit in left center. Bill Hall in center field playing shallow and over towards that same gap. I guess that's what you call bunching the outfielders in left center. A lot of room down the line in left, a lot of room in the gap in right center. Bill Hall's moving over a couple of steps more into a straightaway position with 2 strikes on Henry.
Buried for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Last time the Cubs got runs, it was back in the 3rd inning. Off the starter, Vargas. After this series, the Cubs will have an off day Thursday. They'll hit the road for 3 in St. Louis, 3 more in Pittsburgh before they come back home. So this series ending a stretch of 13 of 15 here at Wrigley. Busted bat pop up right side. Fielder calling off Weeks, and that ends the inning. On to the 7th with the Cubs leading Milwaukee in game 1, 4-2. announced as the pinch hitter, and that brought Lou out. So a pitching change is Will Ullman out of the ball game, and Michael Wirtz coming in. And while we have a moment, time now for our Bud Light fan cam under the lights at Wrigley. How about some George Thorogood?
That's George Thorogood, the Delaware Destroyers with Nighttime from the 1998 release Nadine. Bud Light and the Bud Light fan cam, always worth it. But George Thorogood, a big baseball fan. We usually run into him a couple times over the course of the season. Was out here at Wrigley a couple times last year.
Nice job. That was your choice tonight. As Michael Wirtz gets ready. So Zambrano, the starter, went 5 1/3. Ullman 2/3 of an inning, and it's Wirtz here in the 7th. And he'll face Tony Graffinino. This is kind of an odd situation for Michael. He's used to coming in with the bases loaded, starting the inning.
Well, Will Ullman went out to warm up to start the inning, and Ned Yost made his switch to the right-handed pinch hitter. So Lou waited until Graffinino was announced as the pinch hitter and then went out and made a pitching change before the inning even started. That's absolutely the right thing to do. Not as much of a factor tonight because Ned Yost used his only left-handed pinch hitter available. But had he had another left-handed pinch hitter available and you make the switch to Wirtz to start the inning, then Ned Yost would have the option of going to the left-handed pinch hitter instead of Graffinino. And what you try to do is make that opposing manager use as many players as possible.
After Graffinino, back to the top for Milwaukee. 1-1 pitch is a strike. 1-2. A guy who's played with multiple teams. Graffinino has been a Brave, a Devil Ray, a White Sox, a Royal, a Red Sox, and now a Brewer. 2 bouncer to Ramirez, who moved a little bit to his left. Hey, Cub fans, have you checked out our Cubs baseball podcast at WGNTV.com? Bob and I, along with our pod father, Bob Vorwald, discussed some of the issues the Cubs have faced through the early weeks of the 07 season, so check it out. Go to WGNTV.com, click on the link for Len and Bob's podcast. Download, view, and as always, enjoy.
Enjoy.
Weak spans on strike 1. Line and caught as his tourist laid out.
Ball hit like a bullet right at his Torres, maybe hooking a little bit to his right. Goes down to a knee, corrals that ball. That was headed for the gap in left center field.
So Hardy bats with nobody on. Ramirez backing up a couple of steps as that pitch was delivered. Ramos was playing about even with third base, and then quickly backpedaled as the pitch was delivered.
Doing it once again, even further back this time.
Good slider from Michael. That's his best pitch. Fastball that time. but 2 apiece. Trace Adkins with our 7th inning stretch after the 3rd out. Struck him out swinging, and works with a clean 7th inning. Stretch time.
Trace Atkins.
All right, Cubs fans, let me hear you. On 1, 2, 3.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back in this root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. Now there's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some love.
Great job tonight, and I know you've done the anthem at the World Series, but great rendition tonight.
Thank you. I enjoy doing the national anthem. It's a challenging song to sing. You know, you have to make sure that you start out in the basement so Land of the Free doesn't kill you. You know.
Well, but, you can do that pretty well.
Well, thank you.
You know where the basement is. I'll tell you that.
Chris Sperling is on for Milwaukee. Cesar's Tourist leading off for the Cubs. First time to Wrigley?
No,
You've been here a few
I've
times?
been here 2 or 3 times, 4 times maybe. This is the 2nd time that I've done the anthem in the 7th inning stretch, and I tell you what, doing that makes me more nervous than singing the national anthem. I swear, because I know how these Chicago fans are. You mess up the 7th inning stretch, you'll never hear the end of that. You know, so. Yeah, it just that makes me nervous.
You did a great job, and
thank you.
We always tell the real singers that they kind of ruin it for everybody else because nobody really hits the key. And as you said, starting in the basement, most people begin "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" as Felix PA is on deck, a little too high in the range, and then they have to usually come back down toward the end. But you nailed it.
Well, you know, I could just barely hear the organ player there, but. He kept me on track. So.
That's Gary Pressey, who's been doing it for a long time. Fouled away by his Tourist.
This is a great seat. This heater here feels good too.
Yeah. I turned it off. I didn't want you to melt your boots there underneath the table.
No.
We could use it up here on a night like this. When that wind blows in off the lake, it gets chilly.
It got cool here tonight.
Yes, it did. Hey, you've got a song off your new album that's getting played all over Major League Baseball at the park. It's called Swing.
That's Swing Team. Yeah.
How's that make you feel?
It's been a lot of fun. You know, we've done a lot of stuff with a lot of baseball teams over the last couple of years because of that song. You know, and done a bunch of videos that are playing at a bunch of ballparks, and it's been a lot of fun. You know, I didn't expect that song to ever be a single. I recorded that song because my producer wrote it, and he played it for me one night and talked me into doing it, and I was like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. And I mean, I enjoyed it. It was fun, but I never envisioned it being a single or getting played on the radio. And then somebody from Major League Baseball came down to Nashville and had a meeting with folks at Capitol Records, and before I knew it, it was the next single, you know, because they said that Major League Baseball was excited about it, and so that's how it became a single.
Left-hander Scott Air is up. It's 3-2 on his Taurus. Cubs lead by a pair here in the 7th. The kick and the pitch. Outside, he walked him. Now, you played some football in college, right?
Yeah, I did. I love football, man. I played baseball in high school, but I wasn't good enough to go any farther than that. I couldn't hit the breaking ball, just never could.
And there's a lot of that going on.
Yeah, you know, the opposing pitchers in high school my senior year, they all knew that. They knew that if they had anything that broke halfway decent, I'd just go sit down.
So that was the scouting report on Trace Atkins.
Yeah.
Throwing off speed and breaking stuff.
That's it.
Here's number 20, Felix P.A. Just changed his number from 17 as Sperling throws to first. His Taurus back in time. So did you talk to any of the ball players before the ball game?
I talked to a few of them. I went down in the clubhouse and hung out a little bit, and got to speak to Lou. That was cool, meeting him. Yeah, that guy's a riot, man. He's a mess.
So what did Lou have to say?
You know, he was just rambling. I don't really know what Lou was talking about. I was trying to follow along, but I think I missed most of it. I don't know. Heard something about winning and then something else, and I don't know what all he was talking about. Had that same look on his face, too. He's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, you.
Did he stand still? It's kind of tough to keep him in the same spot.
No. No, he won't stand still. I met that guy that, Bob, what's his name? I can't remember his last name. Blonde-headed guy.
Bob Howery.
Yeah. I met him in '97 when he was playing for the Shreveport Captains, because I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana. And I met him. I was doing a show there at their minor league ballpark there, and he was playing for them then. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. He must be like 50 years old.
We'll make sure we tell him that.
Yeah.
Okay.
After the ball game.
He's way too old to still be playing.
Spent some time in Shreveport. Played a summer there back in
Did you?
1979. We played at old Spar Stadium.
Now that was a rough joint.
Oh man,
Stadium.
I'm telling you.
And it drops. And his Taurus will get to second, and Estrada's hurt. That ball got down, and his Taurus held up, and now the trainer heading out. It's going to be a single for Felix P.A. Well, that was a bizarre play, and we've had a lot of them on the homestand, and Ned Yost hoping that his starting catcher is all right.
Looking at Estrada's left knee there. Get another look here as PA pops this ball up to the right side. He's upset with himself, frustrated. He knows he didn't get the bunt down on the ground, but Estrada and Prince Fielder, man, neither one able to make the play, and Fielder just chops the legs right out from under Estrada as he went down to slide on that infield grass and try to make the catch on the pop-up. Fielder touched the ball in fair territory. It then rolled way into the first base side batter's box, and his Taurus, who was hanging close to first base, then had to turn around and sprint to second. What bizarre looking plays here at Wrigley Field the last 3 or 4 ball games. That's where the ball ends up after it hits Fielder. By the time it's retrieved, his Taurus gathered his wits and got on to second base. Ooh,
Hyperextended his knee.
Man.
So I would guess we'll see Damian Miller. As you're looking at Estrada in the Brewers dugout. Well, that ball got up in no man's land. Nobody could catch it. And Estrada going to head back to the clubhouse.
Boy, catchers are used to bending their knee the other direction, but this hyperextension that you're going to see of the left knee of Johnny Estrada, maybe both knees, they both locked on him as Prince Fielder, a big guy, went sliding into him right there. I mean, he just does not get up. Well, one thing catchers know is when there's something wrong with your knees. I mean, every catcher has a little something wrong in your knees, and when you take a blow like that, and you can definitely feel when things aren't where they're supposed to be.
Now, Mike Maddox is standing outside the Brewers dugout, and we're waiting to see where Damian Miller is.
I'm sure his catcher's gear is probably in the duffel bag up the tunnel right there. And it is a long walk back to the visitors clubhouse here at Wrigley Field. That tunnel seems to go on forever. If Miller happened to be up in the clubhouse grabbing a cup of coffee or something, he's just now making his way down to the bench.
There's the former Cub. He's trying to find his mask now. Is that my helmet? Yeah,
that'll work.
Good enough. And some action in the Milwaukee pen is changeup specialist Matt Wise along with left-hander Brian Schaus, and Mike Maddox out to chat. Now Mike Quaddy goes over to the Cubs dugout. They get a couple of words of instruction from his manager Lou Piniella. Trace, we got all kinds of stuff going on here.
I'm lost here. Trying to keep up with what's happening.
You just stay close to Bob Brenly, and he'll break it down for you.
Oh, we'll fake our way through it.
He looks just as confused as I am.
Well, we're normally not on camera this much, so we can usually fake it.
You know what, I'll tell you what may be going
My
on here.
whole job's faking it, man. That's all I do.
At least on the third base side of the field, when a new catcher comes in the ball game, especially a catcher that apparently was up in the clubhouse, Damian Miller hasn't had a chance to throw a baseball yet. I don't know how loose he is. Well, all of a sudden, the next thing he knows, he's drinking a cup of coffee, watching the game on TV, and all of a sudden, he's behind home plate in the game. Pretty good speed on the bases for Cubs. They may think to fake a bunt right here, try to draw the third baseman in and steal a bag. I don't know. I think Soriano's going to be hacking away, though. They don't want to waste a bunt with this guy.
So 2 on with no outs. And Soriano's 2 for 3. And Sperling fakes towards second.
Damian Miller's still trying to figure out where he is.
Sperling has a sign. And finally the pitch. Bunted by Soriano, snaking up the line, and Counsell picks it up. It's foul. Now are you touring currently? I know you've got a show coming up in Nashville this weekend, correct?
Yeah, we're doing the Opry this weekend. But no, we're not really in the middle of a tour right now. We've been doing a lot of weekend stuff, and that's about it. You know, once summer gets here, that'll really get into the meat of our season. So just for now, we're doing a one-off here and there. You know, not working too hard.
1 strike on Soriano as Torres and PA are the runners. And the pitch. Pulled foul. Right through the bullpen area. Now you have 5 daughters.
I do. Thanks a lot.
How old? What's the age range?
I have from 22 to 2. I got a 22 and 18, 9, 5, and 2. Yeah. So there's always some drama going on around my place. And it's rough being the only guy around there.
That gets by Damian, and the runners go. Now it's second and third. With Damian Miller in the ball game, and that one got by him. It's a wild pitch on Sperling.
just missed on the sacrifice bunt attempt, and the Brewers obliged by moving the runners up with a wild pitch. Miller can't even get close to this ball from Sperling, way over in the left-handed batter's box.
The infield now coming in about halfway on the left side. Fielder in about even with a bag, and Soriano again turning into that pitch.
Oh,
they said it's a swing.
Yep.
Brian Gorman made the call from first base. And here comes Lou. So that's strike 3. It's the second time Alfonso has moved into a pitch. The last one missed him, but this one hit him.
Sperling with a tailing fastball, started inside, continued to run further inside. We saw Soriano do this earlier in the ball game. That ball hits him on the back hip, it appeared. We'll watch the bat, see if it gets out in front of home plate. Well, in the estimation of Brian Gorman, who is the crew chief tonight at first base, he said that Soriano swung at that ball, and it doesn't matter if it hits you if you take a swing.
So a pitching change. Trace Adkins, thanks so much for the time, and have a good time this weekend in Nashville.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Hope to see you back real soon.
Thanks for having me.
It's Trace Adkins, 4-2. We'll be back. Saying it hit him near the elbow on the right arm. They're called out on the swing. Well, the left-hander Brian Schaus coming in. Matt Merton's going to bat for Cliff Floyd. Second and third with one out, and he pops a strike at 77. Infield still in for Milwaukee. Side armor works, and a ground ball to third that pushes his tourist back to the bag. And the Brewers with a chance to get out of it. And the question is going to be, do they give Derek Lee anything to hit with first base open? And the red hot Aramis Ramirez after him. And Ned Yost is going to come out. And he's going to call for another right-hander. It's Matt Wise. Wheels are spinning in the seventh. We'll be back. Brewers and Sox high-definition broadcast schedule sponsored by Comcast. We're on Wednesday for the finale of this series on WGN. Tigers and Sox on WCIU Wednesday night. Saturday, Angels and Sox, 6 o'clock Central Time. And it's sponsored by Comcast in HD.
Pretty easy move here for Ned Yost. Derek Lee 0 for 6 lifetime against the changeup specialist Matt Wise. And with a base open, you have to figure he's going to be careful with Derek, even though he's had that kind of success against him.
2-0 on him. Wise, the 5th Brewer to work. One thing we should note, Francisco Cordero, their closer, threw 57 pitches on Saturday and Sunday. So probably not available tonight. With the Cubs leading, you wouldn't expect to have to face him anyway. If needed, it would be Derek Turnbow, most likely in a safe situation for Milwaukee. But right now the Cubs lead by 2, and they're trying to extend that advantage. Full count on D. Lee. Crowd getting up. I want to see the Cubs busted wide open. The kick and the pitch, swing and a miss, and the inning is over. Promising start, but the Cubs come up empty. To the 8th, 4-2. Center field, offering a spectacular view and catered service for groups of 75 to 100. The Batter's Eye is a great option for entertaining in Chicago's unpredictable spring weather. The Batter's Eye Lounge is also available for non-game day functions. To book your date or for more information, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-Cubs. PA stays in and plays center. That moves Jock to right. And left-hander Scott Air will now do the pitching. Mixing things up with the uniform pants. He has bottoms hiked up just below his knees. I guess some members of his family not too enamored with the look, but it's not about fashion. It's about changing the mojo. Prince Fielder deep to center, and PA is out of room. Mentioned the Batter's Eye Lounge, and he hit one right in front of it. And now it's a one-run game, 4-3.
We've been talking with Lou Piniella before the ball game today about a number of things, the way he's been tinkering with the outfield, with the infield, with the lineup. He said one thing he really wants to get straightened out and get straightened out quickly is Scott Air and Bob Howery in that 7th and 8th inning, setting it up for Ryan Dempster. Gets Air in here. Air hangs a breaking ball up around the letters to Prince Fielder. Big time power to straightaway center field. Light wind blowing in at this point. Just does get it in the basket out there in center.
All 5 of Prince Fielder's career home runs against the Cubs have come in this ballpark.
Yeah, Lou really felt that one of the keys to the remainder of the season was going to be to get Scott Air and Bob Howery throwing the ball the way they did for most of the season last year. Very key part of the game, that 7th and 8th inning. Both guys were so good last year. I think a lot of times we almost took them for granted. It was just automatic when they came in the ball game that was going to be the end of the offense for the other ball club.
And a 1-1 to Hall is a little bit away. Well, what you hope doesn't happen is that we sit here after the game and say, had to get some runs in the 7th, because the Cubs had them at 2nd and 3rd with no outs and could not get any runs. And Milwaukee coming right back with the leadoff home run from Fielder, and it's now a 4-3 game. There's Bob Howery, who is not 50. As Trace Atkins said, he's actually only 33. And one of the 33,920 will take that ball home as a souvenir. If you want to come out tomorrow night, tickets are available. 7:05 for the first pitch. Rich Hill for the Cubs. He takes his 3-0 record up against Jeff Suppan. And the count holds 3-2 on Bill Hall. Air again. Struck him out. Third time Hall has gone down in strikes. The Cubs now have 10 strikeouts on the night.
Good off-speed pitch just off the outside corner by Scott Air. Starts it on the edge of the plate. Took just enough off. Had just enough movement to get the swinging strike.
Here's Damian Miller. He came in for the injured Johnny Estrada in the last of the 7th. Two 2-0 on Miller, Wisconsin native, playing for his hometown Brewers.
Damian Miller played a little first base last week for Ned Yost. Career catcher.
Catchers can play anywhere, right?
Oh, absolutely. Just throw him out there, give him a glove. Well, he may find himself behind the plate a lot more depending on the severity of the injury to Johnny Estrada. That sure did not look good.
You have a parade of left-handers after Miller, starting with Jeff Jenkins. Howery is ready if needed. But you know Lou would love to stick with Air here with all these lefties coming up. was all set up for the Cubs going to Scott Air, one of their setup guys, with a 2-run lead. But now it's down to 1 after the home run by Fielder. And things right now a little bit too close for comfort. Here's a pitch to Jenkins. He needed that one. Fastball for a strike on the outside. Jenkins just 1 for 8 against lefties. Really scuffled against southpaws last year. He was late. Air just rearing back and letting it fly. A couple of good heaters. And the 0-2 base hit for Jenkins. So 2-on for Milwaukee.
Well, left-handed hitters, a lot of times they just have to give in against a tough left-handed pitcher. Air just wore him out with a couple of fastballs early in the sequence. Jenkins cuts way down on his swing, just tries to make contact, serves the ball out there into left field for a base hit.
That's the first career hit for Jenkins against Scott Air. He had been 0 for 8, but is now 1 for 9. And even with Gabe Gross due up, Lou coming out, and the question's going to be, is he going to take the ball? And I don't think so.
I really thought we might see a pinch hitter right here. Kevin Mensch, a right-handed bat available off the bench, would probably force Lou to go to Bob Howery, but Mensch has hit well against right-handers and left-handers this year. Mensch hitting .421 against lefties, .323 against righties. Gross, however, has struggled against left-handed pitching. This will only be his 4th at bat of the season against the lefty.
Look, a pretty stern one-way discussion between Piniella and Air. So here we go. First and second. The pitch. A strike. And a slider from Air. Driven in the air, but Jock is there out in right center. He has it. A good throw to third from Jock Jones.
Boy, nicely done by Jock Jones. High fly ball hit the medium deep right field. Got himself in good position. No wasted crow hops. Unleashes a strong throw on a hop right to Aramis Ramirez at third. No chance for Damian Miller to advance.
There's a pitch to Counsell. Base hit into right. Miller charging hard, and we're tied. It is 4-4. So the struggles for Scott Air continue. He'll be charged with a blown save. He came in with a 4-2 lead, and that's going to be it. Kevin Mensch announced as a pinch hitter. So it's going to be Bob Howery, the right-hander, to come in. And for the first time tonight, since the Cubs got 2 in the opening inning, it's a tie ball game. talk about momentum, and you have to remember it's a tie game.
Big out to be gotten right here by Bob Howry. Just talked about Howry and Air and lose feelings as to how important these two guys were going to be to any further success of the team. Howry's going to have to bail out his bullpen mate right here.
Tied on the hit board 8-8, and where it really counts 4-4. The pitch to Mensch, swung on and missed, 1-1. Well, there are no must wins in April, but considering how the night has gone, this is a game the Cubs need to win. I mean, they've been up since the first inning. They've had chances to extend their lead. They've had their bullpen lined up, and all of a sudden it's 4-4. Little flare out to right. Jones is going to dive. He caught it, and we remain tied. If he doesn't get it, the Brewers get the lead and probably score 2. So hopefully that'll change the momentum back toward the home team. 4-4. What a great catch by Jock Jones. And remember, he just switched from center to right in the last half inning. So preserves the tie. It's 4-4 with Ramirez leading off the bottom of the 8th against Carlos Villanueva, a right-hander on for Milwaukee.
Probably kept 2 runs off the board right there. Craig Counsell with good speed running from first base with 2 outs. He was off on contact. More than likely would have scored as well if that ball drops. Great catch by Jock Jones.
Good hitters count, 2-0 on Ramirez, who's knocked in a pair tonight. 14 RBIs on the year and a healthy .350 batting average. The pitch up and in. We've gotten a good look at the Cubs bullpen and Cardinals and the Brewers the last couple of days. 12 pitchers used combined Sunday. We've seen 11 tonight. He walked him.
Well, we saw a real good throw earlier in the inning from Jock Jones to hold the runners at their bases, and in this one to end the inning. You can see Counsell at the bottom of your picture Was almost to second base by the time Jock laid out for that ball. Stays up in the webbing of the glove when he hits the ground. Just a great play. Saved at least one, probably 2 runs. Villanueva on the mound. That is his 7th walk in 6 2/3 innings pitched this year. See how Lou chooses to play it here in a tie ball game, bottom of the 8th inning.
That visit was from Ned Yost, not Mike Maddox. So Yost pulling a page out of Lou Pinella's playbook, just heading out and maybe telling his right-hander to throw strikes. Jones, a batter. Go-ahead run is on base. Popped up the bunt and foul ground. The Cubs struggling to get that bunt down. We had the Henry Blanco play. He was called out on interference on Friday. PA couldn't get one down, but he did. He popped it up. Nobody could catch it here tonight. Jones showing bunt again. Popped it up again, but it's going to hit the turf. And Fielder throws to Weeks.
Well, Fielder's made some very odd decisions on sacrifice bunts his direction. Earlier slid into his catcher on a ball that perhaps either he or Estrada could have made a play on. That ball looked like it probably would have gone foul if he lets it bounce. High in the air, headed toward that first base line. He decides to go ahead, field the bunt, take the out at first base, but the runner does move into scoring position. There's a couple different theories on that. Some teams would say, hey, if they're going to give you an out, take an out. And the other school of thought is you let that ball go foul. You've got Jock Jones at the plate with a 2-strike count. The runner's still at first base. Maybe your pitcher can come up with a big pitch and get a strikeout and still have that runner at first base with 1 out.
In spring training, Lou talked about developing Cubby swagger. Having that inner confidence, playing the game, quote, the right way. And coming to the ballpark, expecting to play good, fundamental, solid baseball every day. And a big part of Cubby swagger is simply winning close games. And it's the one thing this team has not done.
Finding ways to win.
The 2-1 pitch outside. And again, Bob, I don't want to make too much out of game 19 out of 162, but this is a big couple of innings here for the Chicago Cubs. They had led throughout and now find themselves in a 4-4 tie with the team leading the division. Swing and a miss to make it 3-2 on DeRosa. This is a big early season test. Best way to develop chemistry and that swagger is to win games like this. 3-2 on the way, and he struck him out swinging.
Well, it certainly was set up well in the early going. The Cubs offense jumped on the Brewers for 2 in the first, 2 more in the third. Well, Mark DeRosa had a good pitch to hit right there, fouled it straight back into the mid of Damian Miller. DeRosa frustrated with himself. Knows he got a good pitch to hit right there. Darrell Ward will be the pinch hitter now. And Carlos Zambrano was very dominant through the early going and then had to labor a little bit through the middle innings, but still left with a lead. Turned the ball over to the bullpen, set up in order the way Lou Piniella likes it, and unfortunately we're looking at a tie game right now. Now you got to find a way to push that run across.
So Ward batting for Blanco. 2 away in the 8th. Darrell will not get a chance to swing the bat. They'll go after his Taurus instead.
for Henry Blanco, so Michael Barrett's going to have to come into this ball game. Wouldn't surprise me to see Michael Barrett come out to hit for Cesar Torres. He's going to be in the ball game anyway.
So it will be Barrett working on a 3-game home run streak. The bat for is Torres.
Michael Barrett with a big day against the Cardinals yesterday. Two-run homer into the basket in center field. Also had a couple of singles in the ball game, scored 2 runs. He walked once. He has been locked in at the plate.
25 career home runs in April, the most he's hit in any month in his career. First and second with 2 outs. Dempster is ready for the 9th, hoping the Cubs can get the lead. Pinch runner at first is Ronnie Cedeno. As the managers continue to pull strings, Miller kept it in front of him.
Once again, you just think about the changes you're going to have to make defensively. Ronnie Cedeno is going to have to come into the ball game more than likely to play shortstop, since his Torres is being hit for by Barrett, who was going to have to come into the game to play defense. So you just figure, why not go ahead and make the changes and improve your situation right now.
So you have Ramirez at second and Cedeno behind him at first. No hits in the inning, a couple of walks. One was intentional. Villanueva at the belt. And the 2-0 offering. 3-0. PA would hit next. Kick and a 3-0. Michael swinging away, popped it up, foul ground, and fortunately out of play.
Well, you never coach one to go foul as hard as you do when you swing at a 3-0 pitch that probably wasn't what he was looking for. Got a fastball out over the plate about belt high. Popped it down that first base side. Nobody was wishing that ball foul more than Michael Barrett. He wants one more chance here.
And a 3-1 line. It stays up. Jenkins lays out and made the catch. Barrett absolutely crushed it, but it carried too far. Cubs lead 2 to the 9th. It's 4-4. Cedeno playing short. Barrett catching. And Bob Howery still working. And it's the top of the lineup for Ned Yost. Weeks, Hardy, and Fielder. So here we go in the ninth. Couple of diving catches to end scoring threats the last 2 half innings. Sheffield-like waggle for Ricky Weeks, and he takes it low, 2-0. Now you have a Cubs team kind of searching for its identity. A lot of new stars, a brand new manager. Trying to come up with a win tonight. A game that seemed to be in the bag earlier. 2-1. Hardy with a home run back in the 4th. Howery trying to keep Weeks off base all night. High in the air, and it's PA calling off Soriano. Might hear that a few times over the next few years, possibly. Plan your next corporate function or family gathering in the comfort of the Wrigley Field Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments. Suites are available now for games during the season. Be sure to ask about our April discount dates. To book your suite or for more information, call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com. All the Cubs runs came off the Brewers starter, Claudio Vargas. Brewers got 2 off Zambrano and then 2 more off Scott Air. A 1-1. Howery now ahead. Fastball in there. 1-2. A-Rod hit his 14th after his 13th earlier in the night. So he has tied Albert Pujols' April record. 14 home runs in the first month.
You just said an inning ago Michael Barrett had 25 for his career in the month of April.
Career, yep. But the Yankees lost 10-8. Bounding ball handled by Cedeno. Throws out Hardy. Dontrell Willis has 4 wins against 1 defeat. The Marlins beat the Braves 8-7. Adam Eaton over Chris Sampson as the Phillies hammered Houston 11-4. It's the 3rd straight win for the Phillies. Thank you, Howard Eskin. Oh, who really knows if that had any effect, but it certainly got Charlie Manuel riled up. Talk show host in Philadelphia. Manuel challenged him to a fight. With the win, the Phillies are 7-11, and that's just their 2nd home win. High drive, but this will stay in the yard. Well, every time Prince Fielder hits a fly ball like that, you hold your breath. Bottom 9, a chance to end it now for the Cubs. PA will lead it off when we return. say what you said earlier about Felix PA, about the timing of maybe a first career home run.
It's got to come sometime. It might as well be right now. I'd like to see it being inside the Parker. I really would. I think Cub fans are really looking forward to watching this man showcase the speed that he has, and hook one down there in the corner, let it rattle around a little while. Watch him turn on the jet.
I can tell you one thing: the Cubs are in desperate need of a team gathering at home plate. There's a high fly ball for Bill Hall. Soriano without a home run. He hit 46 last year. Villanueva started the 8th. Walked a couple, but stranded both. Working from the stretch with nobody on base. Slow curve is a strike. 0-1 on Soriano. Back in the starting lineup for the first time in a week.
Hasn't really had to turn it on yet tonight on the bases, but when asked to run hard, he's been able to do that.
Here's a pitch. Way up in the air, but out of play.
Well, the Brewers have come in hard on Soriano just about every at bat in this ball game. Remember back in the 7th, he was called out on a check swing that actually hit him on the right elbow. Turned into a pitch earlier in the ball game. Very nearly got hit by that one.
Howery's spot is next, and Ryan Theriot will hit. Unless Soriano can end it with one swing. But that won't happen as Gabe Gross records out number 2. Great to have you with us on WCIU for the first time this year. And the producer of Cubs Baseball here on Cubsnet is Pete Toma. Our director, Skip Ellison. Mark Brady is our associate producer. The executive producer, Bob Forwall. Thanks as well to our stage manager in the booth tonight, Deb Merrill. Our production assistant, Andy Rohr. Our studio coordinator back at our WGN studios, Jeff Carrier. And our great Cubsnet crew.
Ryan Theriot to pinch hit for the pitcher spot right here. With 2 outs and nobody on base, I would almost have to think about using Jason Marquis in this spot. Ryan Theriot is the only player available, position player available, off the bench for the Cubs.
Low and outside, 2-0.
I think you might be a little more comfortable using Marquis as a pinch hitter and saving a position player in the event this game drags on a lot longer than using your last position player and then being forced to use Jason Marquis as a defender at some point.
Ryan was taking all the way, and it's 2-1. Don't think Lou loved that last call. Just a guess. But I could only see his mouth. Well, one thing you learn very quickly if you're around Lou Piniella for about 3 minutes, he speaks his mind. He doesn't hold anything back. And his players have learned that very early on in the season as well. The 3-1, another fly ball. Hall's going back, but he's going to get there. Back now, stops and makes a catch. We're going to go to extras for the 3rd time in the last 5 games here at home. We have seen 3 home runs. Hardy and Fielder for Milwaukee. Ramirez with career home run number 200 for the Cubs. But we go to extras again. Cubs have dropped the first 2 that have gone past regulation here at Wrigley, including yesterday when Albert Pujols hit a 3-run homer off Ryan Dempster in the 10th. So he's looking for a much better result tonight. Going to face Bill Hall to start it.
Second extra inning game for the Brewers. They won their other one. See the numbers for Ryan Dempster. Need to keep that leadoff man off the bags. Everybody worries about a home run in extra innings. More often than not, it's because the leadoff man gets on base to set the way for that manager to play the game. Use a sacrifice bunt, move a runner over to third base, make something happen.
That happened yesterday when Preston Wilson got on base. And they've called him out. The ball hit Hall in fair territory, so he's out.
Boy, that just does not happen very often. Bill Hall shows bunt early. Gets the bat out there. Way out in front of home plate when that ball hit him in the left leg. You can see Michael Barrett pointing at it immediately. Oh, boy, I don't know.
So the putout goes to Barrett. We continue to see rare plays. Fouled back by Damian Miller. Ground ball sending Cedeno back of second. Slings it over to Lee. 2 quick outs. And Dempster will now go after the Brett Favre lookalike Jeff Jenkins. Jenkins with a big catch to end the 8th inning. Cubs had 2 on. He came flying in and left his feet and robbed Michael Barrett. Jenkins off to a really good start, hitting .365. The 3 runs allowed by Dempster yesterday, the first runs he's given up all year.
The best asset a closer can have is a short memory. Ryan Dempster coming in throwing some of the best pitches we've seen him throw all year.
Well, you gotta love these fans. Lee will touch first base. Well, deep in the night now. 4-4, bottom 10 coming up as the Cubs try to end it. luck charm here in the 10th. Probably the best good luck charm is Derek Lee followed by Aramis Ramirez.
I agree.
And then Jock Jones, Villanueva continuing into his 3rd inning of work. Boy, the whole MO is just completely changed against Derek Lee, who used to drive everything to right center. But the last few years, he's been able to turn on pitches on the inner half. And you've talked about it. Strike 2. Most teams just try to stay away from him.
Well, especially in an extra inning ball game, they're going to force him to hit the ball to the opposite field. Another borderline strike. Gets the call from Paul Nart behind home plate.
Battle mode now for Lee in the dirt, 1-2.
You mentioned Villanueva's control problems coming into tonight. Not only does he have trouble finding the zone, but occasionally he'll make mistakes within the zone. Leave that breaking ball up over the heart of the plate. Missed his spot on the outside corner. Let a fastball tail back over the middle of the plate. Need to be ready to take advantage of those mistakes.
Hit hard on the ground. Hardy with a great play. Fielder with the tag. He came off first base, but he got him with the leather. I'll tell you what, that's a Gold Glove type play by J.J. Hardy on a ball that was struck extremely hard.
Or maybe my eyes were just seeing what I hoped would happen. I thought that ball was past J.J. Hardy. It was. He fielded that ball in the outfield grass, does a spin move, throws on to Prince Fielder, who applies the tag just in time to get D. Lee.
A really good play by Fielder as well.
Man.
So now Ramirez. A 1-0 pitch, 2-0. Well, that's the future for Milwaukee. The 3 guys, the young guys in their infield. Hardy at short, Weeks at second, Fielder at first. Council and Graffinino, the veterans, holding down the fort at the hot corner. Eventually it's going to be Ryan Braun, one of their top prospects. The 2-0 to Aramis, a strike. Sac fly, home run, and then 2 walks. He's seeing the ball extremely well. And he looked at ball 3.
Villanueva also just trying to stay away from Aramis Ramirez. Every fastball has been on the outer third of the plate or further away.
Three and 2. Another pitch going the pitcher's way.
Come on. We've seen some atrocious ball strike umpiring this year, but tonight might be the topic. Both ways.
Brings up a payoff pitch to Ramirez, and he struck him out swinging. We're out number 2.
Villanueva comes back with a good changeup. Ramirez way out in front. The only changeup he threw in the sequence. Kept it in his back pocket until he needed it. Well, Jock Jones saved the game earlier with a great catch in right field. Maybe he can finish it right here.
Boy, he sure did. Maybe the best defensive play he has made as a Chicago Cub. A diving catch to save the tie in the 8th. has died down considerably. And right now blowing from right to left, but not very hard. Flags barely doing anything on the foul poles. Bouncer into right. So Jock extends his hitting streak to 7 and is on base with 2 down.
They want that ball up. Villanueva throws it down and in. Jock Jones just rolls over. Hits a hard ground ball through that right side of the infield, keeping the inning going. Weeks was even shaded over toward the hole a little bit. Still couldn't get to it.
DeRosa playing second tonight. 1 out of 4. The hit being a double in the 6th inning. Cubs looking for their first win in extras and looking for their first win in a game decided by 1 or 2 runs.
Villanueva starting to find a feel for that straight changeup. Got Aramis Ramirez to chase one on the 3-2 count. Got Mark DeRosa out in front there on the 1-0 pitch.
Outside. Cedeno has not had an at-bat tonight. He came on as a pinch runner in the 8th. Well, they're in extras in Minneapolis as the Twins are hosting the Indians. It's 3-3 in the top of the 12th. Here it's 4-4 in the 10th. And what could become a battle of attrition. Again, consider that Francisco Cordero should be unavailable tonight for Ned Yost. After working in back-to-back games and throwing almost 60 pitches combined. He walked him. So all this happening with 2 outs. The single by Jones and now the walk by DeRosa. And that brings Mike Maddox out to the mound. Well, it's been pretty crazy here at home. The Cubs just 3-7 at Wrigley Field, and this could really be a character builder if he could just gut out a win.
Find a way to win. I mean, it's easy to find ways to lose and bizarre ways to lose recently, but you know, once you get that first one under your belt, come back in a game that you had won and maybe you got away a little bit, but still come back and win the ball game. That could have a tremendous carryover effect. As you said, we haven't seen the team celebrate on the field yet this year here at home. We'd like to see a big victory, see the guys go out there and celebrate, and hopefully that'll give them some momentum carrying to tomorrow.
And you feel good with Rich Hill and Ted Lillard, who have been tremendous starting the next 2 games. So let's see if Ronnie can come up with a big hit. Low average, but 2 home runs. Winning run is in scoring position. Ball 1 low. The only thing Mark DeRosa wants to do at first is break up a force play. Jones trying to get as big a lead as he can at second. Check swing foul. Cubs with 9 hits. The Brewers have 8. It's 4-4 where it counts. Down the right field line. It's slicing and twisting, and it's just out of play. Yeah, you get the feeling everybody in the ballpark is feeling what we just talked about. Just one big hit. Everybody can breathe a big sigh of relief, and then you can maybe start a nice winning streak. Villanueva has the sign he wants. And a 1-2 to Cedeno. Ground ball to third. Counsell with the throw over the fielder. And the threat ends as the Cubs leave 2 on base. To the 11th, 4-4. Third extra innings game over the last 5 here at home. And with Ryan Dempster now in his 2nd inning of work, you don't want to look too far ahead, but you know, the longer he goes tonight, the more unlikely it is that he would pitch tomorrow. The Cubs still have a couple of guys available tonight. Neil Kotz and Rocky Cherry. And if Cherry pitches, it would be his major league debut. First pitch strike as we begin the 11th. Gabe Gross, the batter. Here's the 0-1. Now 2 strikes. Dempster's been finding the zone a lot. Went 1, 2, 3 in the 10th. He threw just 7 pitches in that inning. 6 were strikes. Villanueva, Bob, has gone 3 innings and has tossed 53 pitches. He's done a marvelous job for Ned Yost. He's allowed 1 hit and no runs.
He's ran some deep counts on some hitters, but managed to make some big pitches when he really needed to.
Maybe a little high, 2-2. It's cold, but I think it felt colder because of the stiff breeze when the game began. With the wind dying down, it's not quite as bitter as it was when we started. The 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. The dreaded leadoff walk.
To set the table for a real good bunter. Craig Counsell with 2 sacrifice bunts on the season. Very adept at dropping the sacrifice or bunting for a base hit.
Well, Counsell at the plate, and Corey Hart has jumped into the on-deck circle for Villanueva. Sounded like he busted his bat. PA's going to come in. And 1 out. And now Hart goes back into the dugout, and Villanueva will bat.
Boy, that is shocking. Ed Yost may have told Craig Counsell, go up there if you get 1 pitch to try to drive a ball into the gap. After that, I'm going to have you bunt. Counsell breaks his bat, hits a little floater into center field. Sometimes in those obvious sacrifice situations, you can give your hitter 1 shot, figuring he's going to get a high fastball. That's normally what a pitcher's going to throw in an obvious sacrifice situation, hoping to get the batter to pop that bunt up.
So now they're going to ask Villanueva to get 1 down and give Ricky Weeks 1 shot.
For Villanueva, this is his first at bat of the season. Charge aggressively.
Deadened by Villanueva, and Barrett will get it to DeRosa. It is a successful sacrifice. Derek Turnbow is starting to crank it up in the Milwaukee bullpen.
Pretty nice job by Villanueva right there. His first at bat of the season, being asked to bunt. Everybody in the ballpark knew he was going to put down a sac bunt, and he really deadened it off the end of the bat. Michael Barrett with only the play at first.
We're going to assume for the moment that Cordero can't pitch tonight. And that's probably why Ned Yost stuck with Villanueva and didn't go with Corey Hart, because if he goes with Turnbow, that's it. At that point, you start thinking about starting pitchers. Ground ball to second base, charged by Mark DeRosa. Dempster with 2 scoreless frames. Cubs have not scored since the 3rd inning. They just need 1 to win it. This will be on WGN Sports, 1 o'clock Central Time for the award-winning leadoff man. It's Game 3 of this series. Ben Sheets versus Ted Lilly. We're still in Game 1 tonight. Home half of inning number 11, and Carlos Villanueva continues on. The luck of the Irish. We'll see if it works out. Michael Barrett at the plate. Well, he lined hard to left to end the 8th inning. Ball that just held up enough for Jeff Jenkins to haul it in. You don't often hear about great defensive left fielders. Normally the Gold Glovers are center fielders. Occasionally you hear about the right fielder with the big cannon. Well, Jeff Jenkins had to make the switch to right to make room for Carlos Lee, but he's one of the better defensive left fielders in the game. Got under it. And on cue, Jenkins comes over near the bullpen and right behind the mound, actually tripped at the last second, made the catch. Now he's a visiting player, but he's played left field at Wrigley quite a bit in his career, so I'm sure he knew what he was getting into when he got over there near that mound. Lester Strode getting out of the way, and Rocky Cherry, who's getting loose, also had to vacate.
Yeah, he knows where those mounds are. We talk all the time about field awareness, knowing where you are on the field and when you're approaching danger. And it looked like he took one last peek to see where that mound was when he was about 25 feet from the foul line and measured his steps and made a nice play.
Rocky Cherry getting ready potentially for his major league debut. Swing and a miss by Felix PA. So Cherry and PA are teammates once again. They began the year at Iowa together. It's not cherry pie, but close. Drilled deep to right. And it one hops a wall. PA's thinking two. Felix PA at second base with one out. He hit it over Gabe Gross. He's excited.
Well, he ought to be excited. He squared that one up. That ball really jumped off the bat. The ball in the middle of the plate hits it on a line. Well, we might see that inside to Parker if we got a carom off the right field wall out there. PA thinking three out of the batter's box. He's going to take one last peek at Mike Quaddy. That ball was on line to the cutoff man. Had to throw up the stop sign.
Here's Soriano with Marquis on deck. 4-4 tie in the 11th. And the pitch to Soriano. He was trying to end it right there.
Well, this is a little surprising too, with the base open, one out in the inning. Yeah, you think that they would at least consider walking Soriano, going after Jason Marquis, a pitcher. Perhaps they're just going to ask Villanueva to pitch him carefully. If you walk him, you don't really care. But this is a young man that's being extended further than he has been all year long. This is about the time of the ball game you start to make mistakes.
Here comes a 1-1 pitch, laced foul. It feels like the brick wall in the outfield has been placed at third base for the Cubs. They have not crossed the plate since way back in the third inning. Looked like it was going to be a huge offensive night. But they have been stymied by this Brewers bullpen. Chance to win it here with a runner at second. And the 1-2 to Soriano is high on a breaker that didn't break a whole lot. Big chance in the 7th, second and third, but the Brewers got out of it. The 2-2, another foul.
Well, if the Cubs had to pick a runner to have at second base in a tie ball game, extra innings, it would have to be Felix PA. By far the best speed on the ball club, healthy legs underneath him.
fouled it off the leg of Miller.
Not sure who the emergency catcher would be for the Milwaukee Brewers at this point. Johnny Estrada already out of the ball game with some type of an injury to his leg, his knees.
Long sequence, Villanueva versus Soriano. PA with a one-out double. Flared, right center, and it'll be caught by Gross.
Gross really closed ground quickly at the end of that play. It looked like it might drop in shallow right center field. Soriano got jammed just a little bit, hits that floater out there. Bill Hall was not going to be able to get there.
Pinch hitter Jason Marquis. The first to mound conference. Mike Maddox has been out there about, what, 15 times tonight? So Marquis batting for Dempster. Well, it's pretty good numbers for Jason Marquis in this spot. You know what? We've seen so many weird things. How about the pitcher pinch hitting with a game-ending hit?
3 for 10 with 2 doubles this season.
You just find a way to win, right?
The Brewers giving PA a lot of room out there at second base now. Neither middle infielder even close to him.
The 0-1. Now 2 strikes. If you're sitting at home wondering, can you use Zambrano as a pinch hitter? No, because he started tonight. Remember that? It was a long time ago. Carlos went 0 for 2 at the plate. There's a winning run at second base. Felix PA. Soriano just flied to right. Hits in his first 2 at-bats. Came around to score both times. 0 for 4 since. Had a strange one in the 7th when he struck out, trying to get out of the way of a pitch that hit him. But Brian Gorman at first base said he swung at the pitch. And that's it for the Cubs in the 11th. So the 12th inning is next, and we're going to see the major league debut of Rocky Cherry. Stay with us. Local ice cream parlor is Rocky Cherry. And this is his major league debut.
Good numbers at Iowa. Really was pitching effectively. Good hard sinker, hard slider. And as we talked about earlier in the ball game when we mentioned the fact that he had been called up today, he really made an impression on Lou and his staff in spring training. Took full advantage of new eyes watching him out there on the mound.
12 strikeouts and 0 walks in 7 relief appearances with AAA Iowa. He's not that young. He's 27 years old. The Cubs made him a 14th round pick out of the University of Oklahoma in 2002. He was born in Dallas, Texas. And he faces J.J. Hardy. Cherry's first pitch is low. There's a sinker and a slider. There's the sinker, and it was below the knees for ball 2. 6'5", 225 pounds. Won't turn 28 until August 19th. Tipped into the mitt by Hardy. Cherry was a 4-time academic All Big 12 Conference selection. And earned honorable mention All Big 12 honors in 2001 at Oklahoma. Skied on the infield. Left side. And Cedeno then had to come in at the last possible second and make the catch.
That's one of those plays they very nearly decoyed each other. Ramirez looked at Cedeno while Cedeno was looking up in the air, and then Cedeno looked at Ramirez while Ramirez was looking up in the air, and I think each one thought the other one was going to take it until the last instant Ronnie saw that Aramis gave way.
Well, like the center fielder in the outfield, the shortstop is the captain on the infield, the middle guys. So if the shortstop can make the catch, and normally he has a better angle than the third baseman, he's supposed to take it.
Pop-up priority drills, one of the very first fundamental drills you work on in spring training.
To make room for Cherry, Wade Miller was placed on the 15-day DL with middle back spasms. There's a drive deep to right field. Jones leaps, but it's in and out of the basket, and that is a home run for Prince Fielder. So it's 5-4 Milwaukee, and Fielder now with 2 home runs tonight. When it left his bat, I thought it was way out, but the way Jock went back on it, I thought it might stay in. He just snuck it out.
Yeah, if that ball's about 5 or 6 feet closer to the right field foul line, it gets back in that well, and Jock probably would have had room to make the catch. Fielder just blasts this ball high in the air to right field. Jones goes right to the corner there. You could see, oh man, right in the basket.
Well, Fielder takes Cherry deep, and it's 5-4 Milwaukee. That's the 3rd home run for the Brewers. They're 24th on the year. The pitch. Bill Hall with a rainbow to right. And now Jones turning and coming in a little bit.
For Prince Fielder, that's his 3rd 2-homer game here at Wrigley Field. It looked to be a slider that was trying to work its way down and in, and Fielder just didn't let it get there. Got the bat head out in front of home plate, and from our Southwest.com RoboCam, Jock Jones does everything he can. Runs into the vines out there just before the beginning of the well in right field.
We're going to see Derek Turnbow in the bottom of this inning. We'll also see Derek Lee, Aramis Ramirez, and Jock Jones for the Cubs. Carlos Villanueva went 4 shutout innings and threw 68 pitches. Turnbull was their closer last year, made the All-Star team, and then really scuffled in the second half. They acquired Cordero, and now Turnbull is his setup guy. Jock with a catch, and the Cubs trail for the first time tonight. It's 5-4, bottom 12 coming up. The 12th inning. The Cubs have the guys they want up, however, starting with Derek Lee. And they'll face Derek Turnbull, who's in a familiar spot, but it's been a while for him. Francisco Cordero is their closer, but he's not available tonight. So instead, it's Turnbull. And he's trying to save it for Carlos Villanueva.
15 strikeouts in 9 innings pitched for Derek Turnbull, 161 batting average for opponents.
Busted bat floater, base hit. Leadoff single for D. Lee. That's his 3rd hit.
Turnbull, great velocity on that fastball, mid to upper 90s. Gets in the kitchen to Derek Lee, but he's strong enough to muscle it out there with a broken bat for a leadoff single.
Tying run is on, the winning run at the plate. Ramirez 2 for 6 with a home run against Turnbull. I remember the home run. It was in Milwaukee. Ball 1. And he hit it a mile. Fans encouraging the Cubs. Many on their feet. We're in the 12th. A 1-0 pitch. A drive down the line. And out of play.
Well, it seems like yesterday, but back in the 3rd inning, Aramis Ramirez, the 200th home run of his career, a blast to left field. The back of the bleachers out there in left field, trickled over onto Waveland Avenue. Don't forget how you did it.
Lee the runner at first. Medium lead. Here's a pitch. It's a strike. left the slider in there, and it's 1-2 on Ramirez.
That's a hard slider at 85 miles an hour. Turnbow will be in the high 90s with the 4-seam fastball, in the low 90s with the 2-seam fastball, and that slider in the mid 80s.
He has a unique delivery. It appears as though he almost falls toward home plate. Barely any sort of leg kick. He puts a lot of power into it. Here he comes, popped up by Ramirez on the infield. And it's caught by Counsell.
And that slide step, quick step, whatever you want to call it, by Turnbow makes it nearly impossible to steal a base against him. He does have a rhythm to his setup out there on the mound. He gets his sign from his catcher. He takes a deep breath, drops his shoulders down, and then holds the ball until he does that slide step toward home plate.
First pitch to Jock Jones, low and outside it. 97 from Turnbow. Well, Turnbow had a nightmare of a second half last year. In his last 27 appearances starting on July 1st, he had a 13.06 earned run average. More walks than innings. 20 2/3 innings, 22 walks and 29 hits. Just everything fell apart on him. But in a less pressure spot this year as the 8th inning guy to Cordero. Well, he's the 12th inning guy tonight. One and one on JJ. Here's a pitch. 1-2. And it goes to show you, I mentioned all those numbers. I mean, here's a guy who throws 97, 98, can hit 99, maybe even 100. But that's no guarantee of success. Not in this league. One ball, 2 strikes. Another foul.
Turnbow's come a long way since the early stages of his career with the Angels. There was a time that he was Nuke LaLoosh. He was just as likely to throw a ball in the press box as he was to throw it in the strike zone. He's really come a long way with his mechanics, getting to a point where he's comfortable pounding that strike zone with the strong arm that he has.
He's at the point where the only thing that's wild, he hopes, is his hairdo. Jones chases, and he's out. So the last chance now, it's Mark DeRosa, as Jones struck out swinging.
Well, you feel like you have to cheat to get to that mid to upper 90s fastball, and when he throws that slider, especially when he throws it badly out of the strike zone, it's hard to hold up.
Well, it was down to DeRosa yesterday, and he blooped a 2-run game-tying single to right in the 9th. Outfield plays deep against DeRosa. Try to cut off the gaps here. Derek runs extremely well. Boy, power against power. Strike one.
Well, Mark DeRosa will be the first one to tell you he needs to lay off that fastball up in the zone. Even strikes up at the top of the zone. He has trouble catching up to that pitch. Very good low ball hitter.
So the fastball at 95, then the slider. And it's 0-2. For Milwaukee in the 12th. Called strike 3. DeRosa didn't like the call, and this one really hurts. They all hurt, but this one was there for the taking. And the Brewers come from behind and ultimately beat the Cubs in 12 innings.
DeRosa can't believe it. Damian Miller didn't catch this ball very good. Looked like it's down and away. He pushes it further down out of the strike zone. DeRosa can't believe it.
So the Cubs are still winless in these tight games. They are 0-3 in extras. They're now 0-5 in one-run decisions. And they dropped to 3-8 here at home. Well, the Budweiser play of the game has to be the game-winning home run, as Prince Fielder with his second blast of the night. So Rocky Cherry in his major league debut suffers the loss. Born in America, enjoyed around the world, this is Budweiser. This is beer. Well, Carlos Villanueva certainly earned it. 4 shutout innings. He threw 68 pitches. He gets the win. Cherry takes the loss. Turnbull with the save. Our next WGN produced telecast of Cubs baseball will be Wednesday afternoon on WGN Sports for the series and homestand finale against these Brewers. Great pitching matchup. Ben Sheets versus Ted Lilly will hit the air at 1 o'clock Central Time with the award-winning leadoff man. Our 60th year of bringing you Cubs baseball on WGN Sports from Wrigley Field. Baseball like it ought to be. Once again, our final tonight in 12. The Brewers 5, the Cubs 4. So now for Bob Brenly, Pete Thomas, Skip Ellison, Mark Brady, Bob Forwald, and our entire crew, this is Len Kasper saying good night from Wrigley. We'll see you Wednesday on WGN.
Chicago Cubs baseball.